الضالين. Assalamu alaikum and welcome to another episode of Narrative Aspirations. When we aspire, we go higher. Join us each and every Wednesday night from 7 to 9 p.m. as we highlight the believers in our community who use their God-given talents to help remake the world into a better place for all people. We want to start out tonight with a relaxation video, and then we're going to go into an empowerment video. I'm your host, Sister Khalidah Akbar. And before we get started, if anybody has any questions or comments, you can go ahead and raise your hand. During the videos, if you have comments, please type them into the chat. People can still see what you put there. Everyone can see it unless you private chat someone. And how you do that is to go and select that person's name, or you can go up to their square by their name, click those three dots, and send them a direct message. Okay. Otherwise, just open conversation, put it in the chat, and we're good. All right. We are looking forward to American Muslim 360 and the Muslim Journal connecting, inshallah, at this annual A Time to Be Grateful. If you are joining us, if you are going, please put your name in the chat and just give the salams and some kind words for all believers who will be to this event. We ask that you make dua even if you are attending, and just continue to ask Allah to bless our overall success in our ummah. Okay. All right. So that's great. Have a great video for us to do a little bit of and do a empowerment video, inshallah. Um, okay. Oh, so you should be seeing it in just a few minutes. If you would give me a moment to share my screen, okay? All right, here we go. This is your time and enjoy. Again, you put anything in the chat at any time. It's open communication that way. Alhamdulillah, I hope that helped us relax some. Some of you are just getting off of work, or you just may have get ready for prayer, because that is our best way to relax. We know as Muslims, our prayer serves the same purpose. However, it is an obligation, it's a debt that we owe to Allah. So we want to make sure we're doing those 5 daily prayers and also connecting with our spirit. This anything that relaxes and draws your consciousness to your mind, body, and soul is Islamic. It is the Sunnah of Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam to be in the best spirits, have the best character, to be conscientious. So, Alhamdulillah for that. We're going to go ahead and move forward with our next video, inshallah.
Khalidah, assalamu alaikum. I didn't hear it. I don't know if everyone else heard it, though. Maybe it's just my phone.
Oh, you didn't hear the video at all?
I didn't, and Amir, she and I put in the chat that we couldn't hear it.
Oh, I couldn't
I
see
didn't
because I
hear
was
it either.
sharing my screen. That
I
is so
didn't hear
weird.
it either.
Okay, that is so
No.
weird. Next time, just holler. We can't hear it. It's so weird because I shared it. Let me share it. I am very. I hope that you at least got to look at the video. But I keep moving the sound button over. I wonder why it's doing
Actually,
that.
your screen has a camera with the camera off. Maybe your camera is out. I mean, you have to slide that little thing over to open your camera. You're, there you go. Okay. Is circling for us. Maybe it'll come on shortly. Okay.
All right, so I don't know why we couldn't hear that. I could hear it clear and it showed the button slide over. So we're gonna hope that you at least looked at the nature part and it was calming to you. But the voice and her instructions were pretty much deep breathing exercises. And I wanted you to be able to go to the Daily Calm. It's a YouTube that you could just YouTube mindfulness videos and keep yourself do that. That's a treat to yourself. Do that for yourself. I closed my camera so you can focus just on your thoughts, hoping that would just help everybody focus on themselves. So let me go ahead and share another video, empowerment video, and we'll move forward. My apologies. All right, Simone. And see, while I was sharing my screen, I couldn't see the chat. So my apologies. If that ever happens again and I'm sharing screen, just say, hey, we can't hear you. We can't hear the video, actually. All right. Videos. Okay. Hopefully this opens up. So while the video is coming up, here we go. Here we go. Perfect. Let's go down. Scroll down. Here we go. All right, I'm going to share the screen again. Let me know if you cannot hear the video. Holler out or just open. Just talk to me is what I mean. I work with adolescents, so I try to kind of connect sometimes with them, and it kind of engages them more. So let me go ahead and share my screen. Here we go. All right, here we go. That's not it. Here it is. Let me hear it, please. Can you hear it?
Maybe it's my phone. Maybe it's my connection. I'm not sure. I'm not, but maybe someone else is.
No, I'm not hearing it. This is Kareem
Are
Hamid.
you able? Were you able to hear the video?
No.
Hmm. Let me make sure my volume is up. I, I mean, I hear it. Oh, strange. Entire screen. Also share audio and share.
Sister Khalidah, Assalamualaikum. Can she hear me? Assalamualaikum.
I hear you, Amira, but
I
I
was
don't have
gonna let her know
Khalidah.
we didn't have a sound. We didn't have, if she thought we had a sound, we don't have a sound.
before they are aware of each other. Each heart is shaped through experiences that seem personal, yet they quietly complement the future they will live together. A test in your life may be building patience, while a test in theirs may be building understanding. Without realizing it, both hearts are being guided through changes that will allow them to stand side by side with harmony and compassion. Allah allows certain chapters to end so that both individuals can grow independently. The lessons you learn in solitude strengthen you in ways companionship alone could not. This personal growth becomes essential because two incomplete hearts cannot create a peaceful home. By refining each soul separately, Allah ensures that when their paths finally join, the bond is built on maturity, respect, and sincerity. There are shifts in your life that feel unrelated to anything meaningful, yet every shift is adjusting your direction. A decision you make today, a path you decline, or an opportunity that slips away may be the very thing that positions you closer to the heart written for you. While the world sees randomness, Allah's planning remains precise and deeply purposeful. Each heart is taken through experiences that teach empathy. Without empathy, relationships collapse under pressure. Allah softens you through trials that teach you how to listen, how to comfort, and how to forgive. At the same time, He softens the one destined for you through their own set of difficulties. Both hearts learn through different roads how to support one another when Allah finally allows them to meet. There are blessings Allah holds back to protect the alignment He is creating. You may feel ready, yet He knows the other heart still needs healing. Or they may feel prepared while you still need to rise in spiritual strength. This delay is not deprivation, it is protection. It ensures that the meeting occurs at the time that benefits both souls equally. As your heart matures, it becomes capable of recognizing sincerity. Allah removes your dependence on superficial qualities so you can value the traits that make companionship meaningful. He teaches you to appreciate honesty, kindness, and faith. He does the same for the one written for you, so attraction is rooted in purity rather than appearance. Your heart begins to outgrow habits that would harm a future relationship. Anger becomes patience, pride becomes humility, and fear becomes reliance on night. They unfold quietly as part of the unseen preparation. When both hearts reach this emotional readiness, Allah brings them together effortlessly. There are rejections and disappointments you face that seem painful, yet they redirect you away from paths that were never meant for you. Allah removes people who would have disturbed your weak faith. These removals can feel harsh, but they clear the road for the soul that is meant to honor the journey ahead of you. As Allah aligns two hearts, He places subtle reminders in your life that guide your decisions. A sudden clarity, a peaceful feeling, or an inner shift may influence your direction without you fully understanding why. These small nudges are part of His plan to position your heart where it needs to be. While two hearts prepare separately, they often develop similar values unknowingly. Both may grow a love for prayer, patience, honesty, or gratitude. These shared qualities act as threads that will later weave their lives together. Allah shapes
Prophet ﷺ said in a hadith Qudsi, Allah will say, the day of resurrection, O son of Adam, I asked you for drink, but you did not provide for me. And he
Sister Khalidah, did you know that it switched from the original video that you were playing?
will say, My Lord, how can I give you drink when you are the Lord of the world? Allah will reply, My servant asked you for a drink, but you did not provide it for him. And had you given it to him, you would have known me with him. Right now in Gaza, millions of people are suffering just because they don't have water. I don't need to tell you the reality. Know that they are walking for miles just to fetch water. Alhamdulillah, humanity is answering their call, and you can answer the call too. Allah bless humanity and the team, and allow them to be a means to take away the thirst for this ummah. Give your zakat and sadaqah to bring water to those who need it with humanity today.
Hello. My name is Adam Ferrari, the Chief Executive Officer of Phoenix Energy. For you joining us at our next investor webinar, where you can drill deeper into our 9.13% annual interest rate bond offerings and see how our company has become an emerging leader in the oil and gas industry. In 2024, Phoenix Energy rose to become the prolific oil.
Allah shapes these qualities not by chance, but by design, ensuring both hearts are spiritually compatible. When Allah aligns two hearts, He protects them from premature connection. You may cross paths too early and nothing would flourish because both souls would lack the depth required to appreciate each other. By delaying the meeting, Allah preserves the beauty of the bond that will eventually form. Timing becomes an essential part of destiny. The heart destined for you is guided through people and places that prepare them to understand you. Their past experiences equip them with empathy that will later support your vulnerabilities. Your journey too equips you to appreciate their strengths and handle their weaknesses. Both lives become mirrors of growth that complement each other. Allah places a quiet longing in the heart that encourages both individuals to continue improving themselves. This longing is not for a specific person, but for a companionship built on tranquility and faith. It motivates you to see goodness, refine your character, and strengthen your trust in Allah. These qualities become the foundation of the relationship written for you. As the alignment continues, both hearts begin to release what is not meant for them. Old attachments fade, doubts clear, priorities mature. This internal transformation makes space for the right person to enter without competition from the past. Allah ensures the heart is uncluttered when the blessing arrives. When Allah finally brings two paired hearts together, the connection feels natural and unforced. There is ease instead of confusion, calmness instead of chaos, sincerity instead of pretense. Everything that once felt delayed suddenly makes sense. Both hearts recognize that the alignment began long before they knew, and that the meeting was simply the last step in a beautifully written journey. The preparation for a destined connection begins long before I understands
Sister Khalidah,
what is unfolding.
assalamu alaikum.
Allah shapes the
Difficult.
foundation quietly, placing each person in circumstances that will strengthen
She probably can't hear you.
their
I'm getting ready
character
to call her.
Right.
and refine
Much.
their perspective. The lessons that feel unrelated to companionship are often the lessons that will later sustain it through challenges, triumphs, and unexpected turns. Each soul is guided toward the maturity needed for a meaningful bond. A destined connection requires emotional readiness, and Allah prepares this through experiences that soften rough edges within the heart. You learn patience through hardship, empathy through sorrow, and gratitude through blessings. These qualities cannot be rushed. They grow through lived experience. While you evolve, the one written for you is undergoing their own transformation, designed specifically for the future you will share. The hidden preparation also involves removing influences that would interfere with the blessing. People who destabilize your heart, in environments that weaken your faith, and opportunities that would lead you astray are gradually taken away. These removals may feel heavy, but they are forms of protection. Allah clears your path so the connection written for your life can unfold without unnecessary pain. There are stages where loneliness feels overwhelming, yet this space is intentional. It teaches you to understand your own heart, your values, and your needs. Without this self-awareness, even the right connection could be misunderstood. Through solitude, Allah grants clarity that allows you to recognize sincerity when it appears, rather than cling to companionship out of desperation. The preparation also includes uncovering strengths you did not realize you possessed. Life places you in situations that require resilience, trust, and emotional endurance. These qualities will later support the relationship Allah has written for you. A bond built on stability requires a heart that knows how to stand firm, and this firmness is developed through the hidden training embedded in your personal journey. Your spiritual connection to Allah deepens during this period. He draws you closer through challenges that bring you to prayer, reflection, and gratitude. A heart anchored in faith creates relationships anchored in peace. As your trust in Allah grows, your dependence on temporary people fades, ensuring that your future connection is based on sincerity rather than insecurity. Meanwhile, destined for you is being guided through their own set of preparations. Their experiences are not identical to yours, yet they complement your journey. They learn lessons you will one day benefit from. And you learn lessons that will one day comfort them. These individual paths weave together silently, creating harmony before the first meeting ever occurs. Allah also prepares both hearts by teaching them how to let go. Letting go of disappointment, letting go of bitterness, letting go of unhealthy expectations. This emotional cleansing creates space for a pure connection to enter. A heart carrying unresolved burdens cannot fully embrace blessing. So Allah lightens that load through growth and healing. One of the profound forms of preparation is learning to recognize value beyond the surface. You are taught to see kindness as beauty, as attraction, and character as strength. This shift ensures that when the destined soul enters your life, you appreciate their sincerity rather than overlook it while chasing superficial qualities that hold no weight. Your life may shift directions suddenly, and these shifts are part of the invisible groundwork. A new job, a move to a different place, an unexpected decision. These changes are not random. They alter the course of your life so that both hearts eventually move into the same space, mentally, spiritually, or physically at the right moment. Every prayer you make becomes part of action. Even the prayers you feel went unanswered are woven into the final outcome. Allah responds in ways that align with your destiny, not your impatience. What feels like silence is often the phase where connection is being shaped with wisdom far beyond your understanding. During this preparation, Allah teaches you to value your own worth. You learn you and not to chase what is not written for you. This self-respect becomes essential for recognizing the person who will honor your heart. A connection built on dignity cannot be created unless both souls understand their own value. The hidden preparation also protects you from premature attachment. You may feel drawn to people who reflect your loneliness rather than your destiny. Allah gently blocks these paths. And sometimes through abrupt endings. These experiences keep your heart safe until the right soul.
I don't know if you can hear me or not, but Sister Amira, I stopped it because I got your information, your phone call, your message about the video was skipping. Did it straighten up? Were you able to hear it, or should we just move on? Sister Amira, you're on
I'm,
mute.
I'm here. Every other word was skipping. We couldn't even get the value of the video. I was gonna say if you could, I don't know if you want to stop it or what, but if you can give us the name, the title of the video that's on YouTube, we can go and listen to it from there. It's really good.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Let me put it in the chat. Control V. I don't think that's it. Hold on.
It was good. I mean, the part we were able to make up.
Okay, my apologies. I don't know what's going on with the system today, but we'll give it to you so you can use it. There it is. It's in the chat. Anybody who would like to click on that, you can listen to that on your own. Thank you, Brother Edward Willis, for putting that in the chat. When I was trying to stop the share, it just froze. So at this point, I wanted to play Imam Working Muhammad, but if it's skipping like that, I don't need to do that. We can have some conversation around what we heard just now. And if anybody else will put their information in the chat, thank you for sharing, Sister Amira, because I was hearing it pretty good, so I couldn't tell that it was skipping. So I don't know what's going on with that. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Brother Edward Willis, are you still with us? I think you're on mute, but I just wanted to.
Yes, I'm still here.
Okay, and so you also heard the skipping of the video?
It was maybe once or twice. It really wasn't that distracting for me.
Okay. Okay, so those of you who want to watch it on your own, I will finish playing the rest of it, and then go from there. Those of you who want to click on the link that's in the chat, go ahead and watch it on your own, and then inshallah we'll have some discussion. Okay.
Assalamu alaikum. Khalidah Akbar.
Walaikum assalam.
Yeah, I could very hear it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Let me make sure that I know it's not all the way up. It's all the way up now. So let's see if this helps. It's very good though. It's talking about when Allah brings your soulmate to you. And I thought it was just so potent. So let's try it again. Those of you who want to click on it in the chat and watch it on your own, and we'll follow up with some discussion, inshallah. Thank you so much, Sister Amira. I would have never known. Called me and left a message.
When they appear, rather than being drawn to what looks appealing but lacks depth, you also learn how to forgive. Not because people always deserve it, but because forgiveness frees your heart from bitterness. A heart heavy with resentment cannot hold love fully. Allah softens your heart through trials that teach you how to release pain gracefully, ensuring you enter your future connection without the weight of the past. Gratitude becomes more natural. You start appreciating the blessings in your daily life, big or small. This gratitude teaches you how to recognize the efforts of a future partner and how to build a home that appreciates the little things. A thankful heart strengthens every relationship it becomes part of. Your priorities become clearer. You begin to separate what is temporary from what is meaningful. You stop investing yourself where sincerity is absent, and you focus your energy on growth, faith, and peace. This clarity ensures that when love arrives, It aligns with your purpose instead of distracting you from it. You learn to let go of unhealthy patterns. Whether they come from old habits or past experiences, Allah helps you release behaviors that could harm a future bond. This unlearning is one of the hardest parts of growth, yet one of the most necessary. A healed heart builds a healthier home. Confidence grows in ways that do not rely on the praise of others. You develop a sense of strength that comes from knowing who you are and who you strive to become. This confidence helps you enter love with balance, not fear. It also prevents you from accepting treatment that undermines your dignity. Allah also teaches you patience, not just with time, but with yourself. You learn that growth is a process, not an instant transformation. This patience carries into your future, helping you navigate love with understanding rather than frustration. A patient heart can withstand challenges that an impatient one cannot. Your communication skills improve. Through daily interactions, you learn how to express your feelings more clearly and respectfully. You understand the importance of listening and the danger of speaking without thought. These skills become essential tools for maintaining harmony in a relationship built on mutual respect. Life teaches you humility. You learn that admitting mistakes is not weakness, but strength. This humility will one day help you resolve disagreements with grace. A relationship thrives not through perfection, but through the willingness to grow together with sincerity and humility. You begin to value quietness within your heart. Peace becomes more important than drama, and stability becomes more meaningful than excitement. This internal shift prepares you for a partner whose presence brings tranquility rather than chaos. Allah shapes your heart to recognize the value of peace before He brings you someone who shares it. You may develop a deeper sense of empathy. You understand pain more clearly because you have lived through it. This empathy helps you become a compassionate partner capable of supporting someone else's struggles without judgment. Love thrives where empathy is alive. You learn how to choose wisely. Instead of relying on impulse or emotion alone, you begin making decisions based on wisdom and long-term benefit. This maturity ensures that when love arrives, you do not rush blindly. You evaluate with clarity, allowing your heart and mind to work together. Growth also teaches you independence. You learn how to stand on your own feet, manage your responsibilities, and care for yourself emotionally and spiritually. This independence prevents unhealthy dependence in future relationships, allowing love to flourish in balance rather than imbalance. You learn how to trust Allah's timing. You understand that love arrives when you are ready, not when you feel impatient. This trust removes fear from your heart and replaces it with hope. When love does arrive, you will recognize that every phase of growth was preparing you for something beautiful, written at the perfect moment. Delays often feel like barriers, yet they are among the most powerful forms of protection Allah places in your path. A heart may feel eager to meet the person written for it, but Allah slows the process so your foundation becomes strong enough to hold the blessing. These delays are not empty pauses.
This event is going to teach you how you can get started investing in real estate for as little as a few $100s using something called tax lien investing. Tax lien investing is actually very simple. When someone fails to pay their property taxes, the government actually...
They are seasons of transformation that shape you into someone ready for a meaningful bond. Every delay carries lessons that deepen your understanding of yourself. You begin to see your strengths with more clarity and your flaws with more honesty. This awareness is needed because a relationship requires two people who are aware of their own hearts. Through delay, Allah ensures you enter love with insight instead of confusion. There are delays that teach you patience in ways you never thought possible. You learn how to wait without breaking, how to hope without forcing outcomes, and how to trust without knowing the full plan. This patience becomes a quality that protects your future relationship from unnecessary pressure and emotional strain. Delays also teach you to stop chasing what was never meant for you. You begin to realize that not every person who enters your life is meant to stay. This clarity saves you from building foundations on temporary connections. Allah allows time to pass so that you can let go of illusions and recognize genuine companionship when it arrives. There may be delays that feel painful, especially when you see others finding companionship before you. However, these delays remind you that Allah does not compare your story to anyone else's. Your journey has its own rhythm. Your future has its own timing. Your blessing has its own path. The wait is part of the design. The delays help you develop emotional balance. You learn how to handle loneliness with grace instead of fear. You learn how to manage your feelings without letting them control your decisions. This emotional strength becomes crucial when building a bond based on understanding rather than dependency. Allah also allows delays so that you outgrow unhealthy patterns. You learn how to communicate better, how to listen more carefully, and how to resolve conflict with wisdom. These qualities are rarely developed in rush or ease. They grow through reflection and time. The delay becomes your training ground for a healthier future. You may experience delays that redirect your life entirely. A new job, a relocation, or an unexpected responsibility may change your path, but these shifts are guiding you toward a meeting that could never have happened if your life remained the same. What appears to be a detour is actually preparation. There are delays that protect your heart from being attached to the wrong person. What you thought was a setback becomes a blessing when you look back and realize how much harm was prevented. Allah slows your steps so you do not step into something that would have broken you long term. Delays deepen your faith. You learn how to hand your desires to Allah with sincerity, trusting that He knows the exact moment your soulmate should enter your life. This trust strengthens your relationship with Him first, ensuring that your love for a future spouse does not overshadow your connection with your Creator. The wait helps you refine your expectations. You learn to seek qualities that nurture your soul rather than impress your eyes. Your priorities shift from temporary attraction to lasting tranquility. Through delay, Allah aligns your heart with a companion whose presence brings peace rather than chaos. Delays help you heal from past wounds that would have harmed your future. Old pain slowly loses its grip as you work through your emotions. A healed heart recognizes sincerity more clearly. Without this healing period, you might have misinterpreted love or settled for less than you deserve. The delay becomes a blessing in disguise. At certain points, you may feel that nothing is changing, yet inside everything is transforming. Your mindset evolves, your goals become clearer, and your understanding of companionship deepens. This quiet internal evolution shapes you into someone capable of appreciating a soulmate with gratitude instead of taking them for granted. The wait allows you to build stability in your life, spiritually, emotionally, and sometimes even financially. This stability becomes the foundation of the home you will one day share. Allah gives you time to prepare so that your future relationship is not built on uncertainty but on strength. Delays also create space for your soulmate to grow. You are not the only one being prepared. Allah works on both hearts separately, shaping them through different experiences so that when they finally meet, they recognize each other with clarity and comfort. Your wait is part of their preparation too. Sometimes the delay is simply to teach you that love does not arrive through desperation, but through divine timing. When you release the pressure of searching and instead focus on becoming the best version of yourself, you attract the person who is meant to walk beside you. The delay transforms you into someone capable of loving without fear. The wait also reveals who truly values you. People who are meant to stay in your life remain consistent despite time and distance. Those who drift away during the delay were never meant to be part of your future. This clarity protects you and keeps your heart open for the one Allah has chosen. You may find that your dreams and aspirations evolve during the delay. What you wanted before may not be what you need now. Allah shapes your goals so that you and your soulmate are aligned in purpose, making your future richer and more meaningful. Delay is part of this alignment. With time, you begin to see that delays are not empty pauses, but bridges. They carry you from who you were to who you must become. They lead you away from what would have harmed you and toward what will complete your heart with sincerity and mercy. These bridges cannot be rushed. They are built by the one who knows exactly where you belong. The delay ends in a meeting that feels effortless, natural, and beautifully timed. You realize that every prayer, every tear, every test, and every quiet night of waiting was part of a journey that shaped you into someone ready to receive a blessing written with divine precision. The delay was never a denial, only a bridge leading you to a love that was always meant for you. A heart may walk through countless encounters without feeling anything special, yet destiny holds a unique recognition that cannot be manufactured. When Allah writes a soul for you, the connection unfolds with a quiet familiarity that feels both new and known at the same time. This recognition is not based on appearance or charm. It is a deeper pull that speaks directly to the inner self. Many people search for signs through outward qualities, but the real sign lies in the ease that settles inside the chest. When destiny brings two hearts close, a sense of comfort begins to form even before a single word is spoken. This ease is Allah's way of showing that what is unfolding is not accidental, but written long before you even understood companionship. When two destined hearts approach one another, the barriers that usually exist between strangers begin to dissolve naturally. You feel no urge to pretend, hide, or impress, because the soul senses a purity in the connection. This is part of Allah's mercy. He removes the need for masks so the relationship can be built on sincerity rather than performance. At times, this recognition begins with a calmness that surprises you. You may have expected excitement, confusion, or hesitation, but instead you feel a deep sense of grounding. This grounding is a sign that Allah is aligning your heart with someone who will bring stability to your future, not chaos or uncertainty. The heart has its own language, and when destiny is involved, that language becomes unmistakably clear. You might not understand why you feel drawn to a person you barely know, but something within you whispers that this presence carries purpose. Allah places this quiet clarity so you can recognize what He has allowed into your life. When destiny presents the right soul, your fears become softer. You no longer worry about whether you are good enough or whether the connection will last. Instead, you feel guided toward growth and sincerity. This shift happens because the heart senses that it is stepping into a chapter protected by divine wisdom. Meeting the soul written for you does not create perfection, it creates direction. You begin to notice how the connection inspires you to become better, more patient, more understanding, and more thoughtful. A destined relationship does not drain you, it elevates your character in subtle yet powerful ways. As the heart opens toward the right person, you begin to see qualities that matter more than anything superficial. You value kindness, humility, faith, and integrity in ways you may not have appreciated before.
If you're watching this right now, I hope, I pray that you don't just scroll past. I hope that when your heart hears that 1 in 3 people on this earth do not have access to clean water, you don't just feel bad. I hope you actually do something about it, because right now you can make that change. With just $100, you can give 100 people clean water for 5 years. Humanity is on the ground, bringing real solutions, wells, hand pumps, solar-powered filtration systems to those who need it the most. Donate now to humanity.
This shift is a sign that your heart is maturing into a love that is built on values rather than excitement. Recognition of destiny is often accompanied by a sense of gratitude that rises without force. You realize that Allah did not bring this person into your life to replace him, but to help you walk your path with more strength and consistency. A connection rooted in sincerity always strengthens your bond with Allah first. When destined hearts meet, communication flows with natural clarity. You do not feel the need to choose your words with anxiety or hide your thoughts in fear. Instead, you find yourself expressing truths that you normally keep hidden. This level of comfort is a sign that Allah has removed unnecessary walls between two hearts meant to grow together. There is a purity in connections that Allah writes. You begin to notice how the heart feels safe, not because everything is perfect, but because the foundation feels honest. This honesty is essential for a love that survives trials. Allah creates this purity so that your bond has the strength to withstand the challenges ahead. Recognition of destiny is also felt in how your doubts begin to fade. You may still have questions, but you no longer feel overwhelmed by uncertainty. The heart senses that Allah's hand is guiding the process, and this reassurance becomes more valuable than any explanation someone else could offer. Often the heart recognizes its written companion through shared values rather than dramatic gestures. You see a reflection of your principles, your dreams, and your spiritual direction within them. This alignment happens not by chance, but because Allah shaped both hearts through experiences that led them to meet at the perfect stage of growth. There is a beauty in the calm recognition destiny brings. You stop searching endlessly because the heart understands that the right soul does not need to be hunted. It arrives with dignity and timing. This understanding frees you from unnecessary emotional exhaustion and teaches you to trust Allah's timing more deeply. When two hearts are meant for one another, misunderstandings do not turn into disasters. Challenges do not feel like threats, but opportunities to understand and support one another. This resilience comes from the fact that Allah has linked the hearts with purpose, not convenience. A destined connection often brings clarity to your past. You begin to understand why previous relationships did not last and why certain people were removed from your life. The recognition of destiny helps you realize that Allah saved you from what was unfit so He could guide you toward what was written with wisdom. When hearts recognize destiny, the bond grows through sincerity, not pressure. You do not feel the need to rush or force anything because Allah places a natural progress that feels balanced. This balanced growth becomes one of the strongest signs that the connection is guided from above. The recognition also creates a sense of responsibility. You become more careful with your words and actions, knowing that Allah has entrusted you with someone whose heart is connected to yours. This responsibility is a reflection of maturity, and it prepares you for the commitment that lies ahead. A destined connection inspires you to improve your relationship with Allah. You realize that true love is not about possession, but about walking together towards spiritual fulfillment. When the heart recognizes this truth, love becomes a means of worship rather than a distraction from it. The moment hearts recognize what destiny has written is a gift from Allah. It is a quiet unfolding of divine planning, a meeting of souls shaped through different paths, but guided by the same Lord. When this recognition settles in your heart, you understand that what is written for you arrives with peace, purpose, and a beauty that cannot be explained except as mercy. There are unions that unfold quietly, without any dramatic signs, yet they carry a depth that reveals Allah's involvement from the very beginning. Hearts can be traveling in completely different directions, unaware that their stories are moving closer with every passing day. What looks unrelated to you is woven together with divine precision in ways only Allah understands. The most beautiful connections often arise from paths that once seemed distant from each other. Two people may live different lives, face different trials, and hold different experiences. Yet Allah uses those differences to prepare them for a meeting that will transform both hearts. What appears random is a design crafted with intention. Allah closes doors that you desperately wanted open because He knows that your soulmate is nowhere near that path. You may question the difficulty at first, yet with time you realize that every closed opportunity was redirecting your steps toward a connection that would bring more peace than you imagined. Unexpected meetings often begin with a gentle shift in your life. A new environment, a changed routine, or a surprising encounter becomes the opening chapter of a story written long before you recognized its purpose. Allah rearranges your surroundings so that your destiny can reach you without you chasing it. Two souls may cross paths without recognizing what lies ahead, yet something subtle begins to form. A sense of familiarity, a calmness, or an unexplainable comfort begins to move silently within the heart. This is not coincidence. This is the whisper of destiny aligning itself perfectly. Those who witness such unions from the outside may never understand how the connection emerged so naturally. They may assume it came from nowhere, but both hearts know that the ease they feel cannot come from human effort alone. Allah places a tranquility that confirms the sincerity of the relationship. When Allah brings two souls together, He creates circumstances that remove unnecessary obstacles. A conversation opens unexpectedly, a misunderstanding resolves effortlessly, or a path becomes clear without struggle. These small blessings are signs that the connection is divinely facilitated. Often, two people find one another only after enduring tests that seemed unbearable. These tests purified their hearts, refined their character, and shaped their understanding of love. Through hardship, Allah made them capable of appreciating the bond that was meant for them. A divinely arranged meeting does not rush the heart, it reassures it. You may feel a sense of peace that feels unusual, especially if you have been guarded or cautious in the past. This peace is a reflection of Allah protecting your heart from unnecessary doubt. Unexpected unions also show how Allah prepares two souls equally. One may have matured earlier, the other later, yet they meet at the moment both are ready. Their journeys do not mirror each other, but they align at a point where sincerity and readiness finally meet. When Allah brings together two souls, He places honesty at the core of their bond. They communicate with clarity rather than fear, with understanding rather than judgment. This honesty becomes the heartbeat of the connection, allowing it to grow without insecurity. Such unions often come with a sense of timing that feels perfect, even if it did not match your personal plans. You realize that your earlier schedule was never the right one. Allah planned your union at a moment that protected your future and honored your prayers. The meeting may feel sudden, yet its roots trace back to the experiences Allah shaped for both hearts. Pain, growth, patience, and lessons all created the soil in which this connection could bloom. Without those experiences, the bond would not have the depth it carries now. The way two destined souls support one another often reveals why their paths had to be separate for so long. They bring strengths the other lacked, comfort the other needed, and understanding the other prayed for. Their differences become complementary rather than conflicting. A connection written by Allah does not demand perfection, it demands sincerity. Two souls learn to embrace one another with honesty, forgive with softness, and grow with humility. Their bond becomes a space where both hearts can breathe without fear. Those who were once a part of your story may no longer remain when your soulmate arrives. Allah removes unnecessary attachments to make space for a connection that carries depth. This separation is a blessing disguised as loss, ensuring your heart is not divided. When two hearts are brought together unexpectedly, they often realize how many events were guiding them toward one another long before the meeting. A shared environment, a mutual acquaintance, or a similar struggle may have been the bridge leading to union. The bond that emerges often carries a strength that surprises both individuals. Even if they did not seek one another, they quickly recognize that the connection is grounded in trust, understanding, and mutual respect. This strength is a gift from Allah to protect what He has written. The unexpected union also softens the heart's view of destiny. You begin to realize that Allah's planning is far more beautiful than anything you imagined. You grow grateful for the delays, the detours, and even the heartbreaks because each played a role in leading you here. When Allah brings two souls together, He allows them to see qualities in each other that reflect His mercy, patience, kindness, compassion, and faith. become the foundation of their companionship. These qualities make the bond an act of worship rather than a worldly attachment. The connection becomes a place of healing where old scars no longer define the heart. Each person supports the other in rising above past struggles. This mutual healing becomes one of the clearest signs that Allah intended their meeting to bring goodness. A divinely arranged bond encourages both hearts to move closer to Allah rather than away from Him. Their interaction strengthens their spirituality, deepens their reliance on Allah, and inspires them to build a home rooted in faith. This spiritual growth confirms the purity of their union. Unexpected unions teach you that Allah's timing is not only perfect, it is protective. You meet the right soul at a moment when your heart can appreciate the blessing without fear, insecurity, or confusion. This timing is a mercy designed to preserve the future of your relationship. When Allah brings two souls together, the unfolding feels gentle yet powerful. The connection does not overwhelm you, it guides you. You begin to realize that what is meant for you never competes, never confuses, and never harms. It arrives with grace. The most beautiful part of a union written by Allah is that it feels both surprising and destined. You may not have expected the meeting, but your heart recognizes it with unmistakable clarity. The path was prepared long before you understood it, every step leading you toward a soul chosen for you with divine wisdom. What Allah writes for your heart will reach you in ways that reveal His mercy more clearly than anything you ever planned. Two souls do not meet because they searched perfectly. They meet because Allah brought them together at the exact moment their hearts were finally ready. Every delay, every disappointment, every redirection was shaping you for a connection that carries purpose, sincerity, and tranquility. Trust that the one who created your soul knows exactly who belongs beside it. Walk your path with patience and faith, and you will witness how beautifully Allah introduces you to the person written for your journey long before you even recognize the signs.
We're Phoenix Energy, a family.
Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Y'all, we made it. We made it. Alhamdulillah, to the end of the video. And this is such an empowering video in reference to searching for your soulmate that is well worth taking notes. If you have something that stood out to you, would you please put it in the chat so we can also benefit from it? What stood out to me was basically Allah closing doors that we probably thought was the right door and wanted to be open so sincerely. And it was just Him redirecting you to your path that you're supposed to be on, or to that soulmate that is meant for you. Even if it's the same person, it just was not the right time. I met this one sister when I went to ATTBG, or A Time to Be Grateful. We were just passing on an escalator, and she was saying, I'm trying to find my husband. I don't know where he is." They were already married, but she had told me. I was like, "Well, alhamdulillah." And she had then started talking about um, the husband. She said she really was happy with him. And she said the husband she had previously, she married him 3 times, and it just didn't work out. But she seemed very upbeat. She was going to find her husband, and I just said, "Wow." And she wasn't bitter about it. I said, "Wow." And she said, "Yep." She said, I wanted to make sure. And it wasn't all bad. She didn't have a lot of bad things to say, but she did say she remarried her husband like 3 times before she moved on. So love is just one of those things that you want to make sure you get right, and you want to make sure you don't miss that opportunity. And so, alhamdulillah, we're going to, the rest of us who are going to stay, I'm still going to play Imam Wafdi Muhammad, even if it's just for maybe 30 minutes. I would like to hear him. He always has something relevant and inspirational. And as with anything, especially our young adults, They see people, maybe seeing people get married and move on with their lives, and maybe they have not been given that opportunity yet. But that video that we just saw says that Allah is preparing you and that other person. And I know many of us heard that at different times in our life. He's preparing you for someone, okay? And that person's being prepared at the same time. And you will meet exactly when your paths are destined to cross, or decreed actually to cross, because we know that nothing happens without Allah's decree. We also know that Allah is the best of planners. And so this was just really good. I thought it was self-reflecting. It was repetitive, but it was information that can be used in situations like where I know as Muslims, a lot of times when we're talking to someone, myself included, if you're trying to get to know someone after that 90-day period, if they're not moving strong and they don't have a plan of action and they're not talking like they know what to do, which direction your life is going in, you kind of wonder, hey, is this the right person? Or is this person just trying to feel their way through? Because we're always taught that, the men are maintainers and protectors and providers, and that they should come with a plan. I've heard that for more than just an Islamic source, even a Christian source. They should come with a plan. If they're not coming to you with the plan, listen, sister, I know right now, even if they don't have the means, right now I don't have the means, but this is what I'm doing to prepare to meet this obligation of your diary, to provide a home, to provide the time to be a mentor to your children, and for you to get to know my children if they have children. Many people our age do have families established, but if they have children, they should come with some type of plan of action. If you just kind of shooting a breeze, it's like, is he serious, or does he really just want to? Who has time to just sit and shoot the breeze with someone? You want somebody who's focused, right? You want somebody who's not just trying to feel you out. Because for me, I'd rather somebody say, you know what, you're a beautiful sister, you're a beautiful brother, but this is not, this is not what I'm looking for my spouse, in a spouse. Then just kind of shoot the breeze, hang out with you on the phone, talk about a lot of nothings, or just not nothing, because some of it is meaningful, but just no steps in that direction. Like, it's such a turn off. So we're gonna go to brother Muhammad Sharif. Assalamu alaikum, brother Muhammad Sharif.
Wa alaikum assalam, Sister Khalidah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's why I say you definitely gotta have a plan. That means you should definitely, the male and the female, they both should have walis.
That's it. That's it. The walis are very important. Thank you for that reminder. And a lot of times, though, people say, well, I don't want to send him to my wali because I'm not sure if that's the person that I really want to get to know. But I agree with you. Those questions up front protect you from wasting a lot of just precious time, because people, we just don't have 3 months to sit around and entertain just conversation without purpose, unless that person's just like a coworker or something that you want to work with on projects with. So the wali is important. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I mean, anyone else? Excellent. Put that in the chat. Remember your wali. Some people think because they've been married before or they're at a certain age that they're their own wali. And a lot of imams, to be honest. Well, let me stop saying a lot of imams, but I know a few that have said, that they're wali. So we probably need to have conversations around that. Oh, I'm my own wali, or I don't like other people in my business, or what have you. But definitely, I'm with that 100%. So anyone else have a question or comment? Thank you, brother Sharif. That's potent right there, because that takes care of a lot of, like I said, those situations that people are just taking up space and they're not really focused on anything. And it's just keeping you further away, as the video said, from your destined person that's supposed to connect with you and build that relationship closer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And it's going to be your help meet someone who helps you to meet your creator. Wali, Wali, Wali. Thank you. Anyone else? You can open your mic at this time, or you can put that in the chat. We're going to move on, like I said, to Imam Warfdi Muhammad Rahim Allah Alay. And for people who do feel like they don't need a wali, it is strongly advised that you have one. That's why it's a protection that Allah gave us. I mean, you don't have to do it. You don't want to. Because there are some people who, I guess, have had, of course, successful outcomes. However, if you have more than one marriage, especially, I would advise that you definitely consult a wali, and especially if you are just starting out as well. So it's no one way to say for sure if you should use it, but you still need to use it because, inshallah, it will prevent some hardship in your life. And I'm gonna stop here. I don't want to ramble on. We all know we know what a wali is. It's a trusting friend. It's someone who's going to ask those hard questions that you may or may not feel comfortable asking, and that also sees you where you don't see yourself, and are looking at the other person and they see that person where they don't see themselves, and they see the discrepancies and the commonalities. So it's a good second set of eyes, wisdom, and of course, you wanted somebody who's spiritually connected to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Why not use it? It's a win-win, inshallah. Okay. Any questions? I don't see anybody's hand up.
Yeah.
We're going to move on.
Yeah. Isn't that, my hand is up. Isn't that up?
Yes, sir. I just saw it when you talked, when you spoke.
So,
Go ahead. Assalamu alaikum, Imam Shahid Abdullah.
wa alaikum assalam. I'm just greetings to everyone. And with Allah's name, most merciful benefactor, most merciful redeemer, praise due to Allah. Not to get into a long debate about some of the things that we've already been discussing for a while. I think that I don't hear much about the idea of when two people are interested in each other, there have to be a mutual reason why a person would want to marry someone other than the intimacy. Other than that, exclude that. Still, people are not able to have children. They're past that age. What is it? What is it that the male is looking for the female to do for him, and what is the female looking for the male to do for her? Are those two kind of things compatible? They save a lot of time if they sort of know what they want in terms of a relationship with a person, other than just if they're just looking for a companion, then you know you just go for broke on that. But if you're looking for a mate that you say that is sent to you by Allah, or sent for the purpose of joining two like minds and all of that, then I think you're going to have to know what you want out of a mate that they can do for you. Not just can she cook, can he cook, or not just that, but what can they do for you? What are you planning to do with your life, what the remainder of your life? What do you have in mind? What are you doing that you would need assistance though? If you're going to spend time with someone, you would like to be able to spend time with a person you can give your best ideas to. Your look for who got your back. You should be able to go to that person like your right hand and your left hand. It should work like that. If you don't have that kind of situation in mind as to what you're trying to achieve, it seems that we're gonna be sort of like running around in the circles, taking the chance of shooting in the dark. At least if a person says, "I'm trying to do this with my life, can you help in that matter?"
Right.
A person say, "No, I cannot help in that matter." Then you know that person is automatically, you know that you and that particular person are not going to be able to get together. You're going to be getting together and just fight about, well, I told you I wanted to do, and you say, well, I told you I wasn't, in that you had that going on. And if you, by chance, get intimate with each other in the sense of falling emotionally in love with a person, then now you got to work across that hurdle. That becomes a hurdle rather than a benefit. It becomes a hurdle. And
Yes.
the hurdle be that you're in love with somebody, you have nothing in common in terms of, when I say in common, I don't mean like minds kind of common. I mean common that you're doing certain things to help each other. That's kind of common I'm talking about. If you're not helping each other and you don't see where you can help each other, then I just think
It's no
people just
purpose
say if
there.
they want to they say I want to be married. And I know
That's right. That's not
what do
like
you want
that
to get married
teenage
for?
love. We're talking about real life,
And
okay?
if
And
you
I
want to, and if you want to
understand.
just get married to have sex, then just say that. I mean, rather than going through all these changes. No, it's not about sex. It's about no. If it's about sex, okay, that's what you want to get married for. You want some intimacy in your life. Okay, that's you have a right to do that. But I'm saying that I think when people are talking about the percentages of successful marriages, have to be where one hand is washing the other, where the person they're working together in life. That's the successful relationships, I believe.
Excellent. Thank you. Yes, you have to have a purpose and you have to be able to communicate that effectively. And you're right. If the person's telling you right there, well, I told you I really wasn't prepared for marriage, or I told you I wasn't able to provide for you, or I told you, I'm not sure I'm not in a situation to marry right now, or whatever they
Mm-hmm.
tell you, take heed to it, listen to
Right.
it. Don't like the video said, don't go with your emotions because, oh, we're Muslims, things are going to work out, because ultimately those are signs from Allah that is not the right time, or that's just not the right person, because
Right.
Allah will not send you to a situation that's not ready for you, especially if you're serving him, you're a servant. I heard this from a pastor. I used to work with a lady named Trisha, and she was around my age. She was a young adult. We were in our 30s at the time. And I think we were about 31 and 32. And she was in a situation where she was a very good woman. Was a single parent, and she had met someone who she was loaning her car to. He had wrecked her car. And he was an older person too. And age really is not what I'm trying to stress here, but he should have been more mature than what he was. But he was just taking him through a lot of challenges. So what Trisha started doing is she started going to church. And one day she said, Khalidah, or Miss Akbar, that's what she said, I have to let you hear this. This pastor was right on time. This is what we've been looking for, And so I said, okay, being open-minded. And one of the things, he was a relatively young pastor, but when she played the recording, one of the things he was saying was, Allah is not going to send his righteous servant to a mess. If your life is a mess and he's not going to send a man of God to a woman who's a mess. And he's not going to send a woman to a man of God who's a mess. And so, and he gave this analogy around your own front porch. If you have children, get them some discipline. If you're not a cook, start cooking. If you're overweight, you're not taking care of your physical appearance. He just ran down he ran down some things that, in his opinion, is kind of cleaning up and sweeping around your own porch. But one of the things that stood out to me, because I had children at the time, was if you have children, 3, 4, 5 children, and a man is interested in you, and you giving him the time of day, and he's living in a 1-bedroom apartment and acting like a bachelor, and he's just focused on his goals and hanging out with the buddies, that is not the person for you. I don't care how much he talks, how good he talks. I don't care what he talks to you about. That is either not the time or is not the right person for you. He said, God will not send you with that responsibility to someone who is not able to provide for you. And he also said that a selfish man will never be able to provide for you because he won't get those blessings unless he changes his heart. God will not bless him if he has children and he's not taken care of that are belong to him, or he
Right.
just went down a list of things that are just really common sense, or if he's just self-centered and selfish or has a bad character. You don't want somebody who's living any kind of way, treating her ex any kind of way, disrespectful, arrogant, proud, boastful, whatever, have an ugly attitude, and you think you're gonna get with him and get blessed. You're gonna get some of the hell he's gonna get because he's already been doing hell. And so you're gonna get with someone who's gonna not enhance your life, because the impact of what he's already sowed, the seeds he has already sowed, is going to impact y'all's marriage. He's going to have hell from the woman. He's not taking care of his children, etc. But he just went into the basic underlying thing was sweep around your own front porch, and that God will not send his righteous servant some mess unless that righteous servant is not paying attention to his signs and opens the door. He will protect you. And so that is the thing. We have to be more trustworthy in what Allah sends us signs, and we have to analyze our situation. If that's for you, it's not going to come looking like that. Not when you're in this, you have these certain set of expectations and responsibilities. That's not the one, or he's not ready yet, or she's not ready yet.
Right.
Especially, so I
And
thought
vice
he was
versa.
he was young adult. He was a young adult pastor, but he was on point, and that was like some years ago. So just keep that in mind too. Look at what the person's coming with, and also, have they made good decisions so far in their life? I know people make mistakes, but in how they treat people, because you don't want just to be thinking about, oh well, I'm gonna get with him and change his life, and he's just been terrible or she's been terrible to other people, or selfish, because it's gonna prevent you both from accomplishing your goals and get the blessings from Allah, because he's a just God. And we want to be with people who are blessed and doing the right thing, so we don't get some of that wrath as well. So
Right.
thank you. Alhamdulillah. All right, so Sister Amira, are you still with us? I thought I saw her
Yeah,
hand for.
yes,
Yes.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm still here. I'm just listening. I tell you, because this
Alhamdulillah.
video is so empowering, so noteworthy, so insightful. And I was trying to hold on to every word that he said. It was so transforming. And even the discussion you all just had a few minutes ago, Sister Khalilah, those were such words of wisdom that you shared with us. And it just really makes you go within. And you said, know thyself and thyself be true. And it's
Right.
something for your spirit, and Allah bless you to own it and live it. I just got so much out of here. I was almost speechless. Got to play it again.
Alhamdulillah.
I did save it. It almost made me want to do ministry.
I know.
I
I'm
am
like,
so, I
wow.
am so serious. I mean, because people need to hear these things where they may not have had a privilege to hear conversations like this, and it could make an impact on their lives as well as the person who has received it and given it back to another person. So I appreciate it. That's why when I was listening, it was skipping. I said, "Oh my God!" I had to put in the text. What's the name of this? What's the name of this? Because when something resonates with your spirit, you want to embrace it,
Yes,
and that's
ma'am.
how I was feeling. That's how I was feeling. And I'm just going to go back and hear this and hear this. And y'all might hear me repeating this and verbatim. It's like, oh, where did she get that from? I think I
Hmm.
know. But it was good. It was very good. Thank you
Yeah.
for bringing these kind of information to us, because we really do need it. We're all growing and striving and learning, and we thank Allah.
Yes.
Thank Allah. Thank
Yes.
you. Thank you.
Alhamdulillah. You're welcome. Thank you for your comments and your knowledge as you bring forth, and your growth and development is very inspirational, and it's life changing.
Thank you. Thank you.
So Allah
It's
uses in
really,
different ways. That
yeah,
silence, we thank you
yeah.
for your presence.
Thank
I
you.
mean,
Yeah.
thank you. So let's go on. Is there anyone else who has? Brother Muhammad Sharif, you can go right ahead.
Yes. With all being said, I think more of us should listen to uh, courtship and marriage every Tuesday at 7 p.m. Yeah, courtship and marriage. No, pardon me.
Yes, Sister
Sister,
Manira.
Sister,
Hmm.
yeah, Sister Munira be giving a lot of facts concerning our situation, our community concerning marriages. I mean, our marriage and divorce rates is almost as bad as the non-Muslims.
Yeah, that's true. Absolutely. Please tune in every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 p.m. to Sister Manira Habil Uma on It's All About Courtship and Marriage. She does a lot of excellent information, PowerPoints. It's a learning lab. So she focuses specifically on topics that empower, uplift, and educate. But she also brings in data, from my understanding and from what I've seen her do over the years, that supports our community and gives us a picture of why we're in this situation. For some people, everybody's not in this situation. I know for me, I had to pull away from it for just a little bit because I'm busy doing other things. And sometimes it's like, alhamdulillah, I just have to go inside of myself and just focus on what I need to be doing as far as growing as a person. Because sometimes it's disheartening. Like I know, sister, we started like a year ago, Sister Manira and I, when she first started going back to reaching out to people from ATTBG. A lot of people are still with her, and they're doing a good job staying with her, and I want them to stay with her. I also want to see more marriages come out of there. And sometimes it's just for me. I'm not discouraging, but I mean, I already spoke with Mrs. Manir about it. I'm like, I'm still hanging on here to this line. I just want to see results. And sometimes it speaks to sensitivities. So know your boundaries. Set your boundaries and tune in and support Sister Manira and other shows on marriage, but also spend time to self-reflect and just be honest with yourself. And if it's just something that you're hearing, or it's like the same people and we're just like talking about things that bother us, and we don't really have like a big turnover of the people who are attending getting married, it's just, to me, that's my perspective right now. So that's why I'm not tuning in, but I do tune in when I can. But every Tuesday is a bit much for me, to be honest. And then I hear the same things over and over, like in reference to not Sister Manira. Now she's doing an excellent job. I'm talking about the callers, and myself included, because I can get on there and say a book in reference to marriage and experiences. But I do want to see some of our beloved Muslims on there. I know she's been doing it over a year now, because we're getting ready to go to the Time to Be Grateful again.
Right.
And I want to see some marriages, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Uplift each other's spirits, but we know, like we just saw in the video, is in Allah's time. But we also have to make ourselves and start preparing ourselves to be in that situation. Okay. So, alhamdulillah. Enough said. Anybody else have any questions or comments? All right, so we're going to go to Imam Warabdi Muhammad Rahim Allah Alay and listen to him, and maybe he can give us some more insights. Enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. And remember, you're listening to American Muslim 360, where your intellect is respected and your voice protected. And this is Narrative Aspirations. We also have, again, if we're live streaming, it's all about courtship and marriage, 7 to 9 p.m. every Tuesday. And many people who are on here do tune in every single Tuesday. So keep doing what you need to do to grow and excel yourself. But make sure you guys miss the mindfulness video, that you self-reflect and you guard your peace. You guard your peace, because sometimes it's just a lot. It's just a lot going on all these different shows and hearing about the situations in our community. I just have to take a time out, mental break, and just focus on what Allah has for you. And then you come back and join again. And inshallah, you'll be creating that example that we want to see. You'll be modeling that healthy marriage that we want to see and encourage your other brothers and sisters. All right. Like, oh, video.
This is Khalidah, we're not hearing anything yet. This is Khalidah, we're not hearing anything yet.
Special lecture from the Honorable Wallace D. Muhammad. We would like to reintroduce to the community here in Chicago a brother who last summer came in to the World Community of Islam and came to visit the mosque and heard the Honorable Wallace D. Muhammad's teachings and was so impressed and was so excited. He said, this is what needs to be heard throughout the world. And he's not a brother who is from the U.S. He's not a brother who's grown up in a Christian society. He's a brother who's grown up in a Muslim society. He's a brother from Iran. And he says, this is what my people need. And that was a tremendous compliment to us because we thought that we were trying to fight against the forces of Christianity. But he told us that the Honorable Wallace D. Muhammad was able to renew not only Christianity, he could renew Islam. And so we are very pleased. The brother has been away in school for the last several months, and we don't want to call on him to talk extensively, but we just want you to see him and greet him and welcome him back again. And this is Brother Saeed Ahmad Abadiah, who would like to extend the greeting to you and just tell you a little bit about what he's doing. Assalamu alaikum.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. Peace and blessing of Allah be upon His servant and His messenger, Muhammad, forever. Ameen. I bear witness that there is no God but Allah, and Muhammad is the Prophet of Allah.
Stand it no more. Nigga, go in there and clean up. Man and woman roles in Islam. The man and woman roles in Islam. And we think that those of us and that was a tremendous compliment to us because we thought that we were trying to fight against the forces of Christianity. But he told us that the Honorable Wallace D. Muhammad was able to renew not only Christianity, he could renew Islam. And so we are very pleased. The brother has been away in school for the last several months, and we don't want to call on him to talk extensively, but we just want you to see him and greet him and welcome him back again. And this is Brother Saeed Ahmad Abadiah, who would like to extend the greeting to you and just tell you a little bit about what he's doing. Assalamu alaikum.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. Peace and blessing of Allah be upon His servant and His messenger, Muhammad, forever. Ameen. I bear witness that there is no God but Allah, and Muhammad is the Prophet of Allah. My dear brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum. It's a pleasure to be here again among you and realize the love that exists among you, brothers and sisters in the West. As Dr. Akbar mentioned, the teachings of the Honorable Wallace D. Muhammad, the chief Imam of the Nation of Islam, is spectacular. It can bring light to the world, to the whole world, to the countries that have been stricken by the Western mentality. So I'm pleased to be a help to take the message of the Honorable Wallace D. Muhammad and present it to my people, to the Persian people in Iran. Nice to be with you. Assalamu alaikum.
Brother Saeed is rather modest in his presentation, but we'd like to say to you that the Honorable Wallace D. Muhammad has also given him the mission and the job of translating some of his teachings, the Honorable Wallace D. Muhammad's teachings, into the Persian language. And Brother Saeed is in the process of translating the teachings of the Honorable Wallace D. Muhammad into Persian. Let's give him another big hand. All praise be to Allah. So all we can say is, look out, world, we're about to remake you. Now, brothers and sisters, we are not going to delay. We don't have to wait until the Honorable Wallace D. Muhammad walks out the door today. All we have to do is snap our fingers, and his voice will come over the air. So in a couple of minutes, we're going to snap our fingers, but we would like to say, particularly to the mosques around the country, at the close of the meeting, there are a couple of very, very important announcements. Announcements regarding the local consensus board, an announcement regarding the Savior's Day program that we want you to know about. So please, let's not use our usual procedure of knocking down the door as soon as the chief says Salaam Alaikum today. We want to stay just for a few minutes. We won't keep you very long, but we think these are messages that everyone should know about because they will clear up some of the confusion regarding some correspondences and questions you've had regarding Savior's Day. So please just remain seated when the Chief Imam has completed his lecture, and at that time we will come before you and give you a couple of these other announcements. So at this time, if our technician in the sky is ready, we would now like to begin our lecture by the Honorable Wallace D. Muhammad. The title of the lecture is The Man and Woman Roles in Islam. The Man and Woman Roles in Islam. And we think that those of us who've heard it, we think that you will find it to be a very provocative, a very stimulating, and a very informative lecture. So at this time, we want to listen to the Chief Imam, the Honorable Wallace D. Muhammad.
I give you the greetings. Most gracious, most merciful. Blessings forever be upon his slave servant, his messenger Muhammad. Ameen. Dear beloved people, Muslim brothers and sisters, I give you the greetings of peace. Assalamu alaikum. Tonight, we want to speak to you on the woman and man role in Islam. But before going into that, I want to read an article here and also a couple of verses from the Holy Quran. This article here is from the Sun Times, December 12th, 1976. Don't let this beard upset you. It doesn't bother me at all. We have to learn to master everything that's in us and of us, you see. Child suicide on the increase, psychiatrist reports. The number of elementary school children who commit suicide is rising at a disturbing rate, according to Boston area child psychiatrist. Dr. Peter Saltzman, director of McLean Hospital Children's Center, says children from 6 to 11 most often attempt suicide after a death in the family or separation quarrel with a relative. The most obvious reason they do it is the same as for an adult, to get back at someone, said Saltzman, 37, who specializes in treating youngsters who attempt suicide. They do it to call attention to a very desperate situation, usually to a loss of a loved one. Salzman said the methods the youngsters use follow adult sexual stereotypes. Boys choose violent means such as hanging. Girls pick pills, invariably the pills of a loved one, the person she wanted to notice her. Desperation is one sign of suicidal tendency in youngsters. Salzman said, signals of depression are hyperactivity, a failure to make friends, poor school performance, and hypochondria. All these big words, hypochondria is, well, we have a psychiatrist, I don't have to guess at it. Hypochondria? Yes. Yes. People that are always complaining about being ill, but there's no real illness except in their mind most of the time. A failure to make friends, poor school performance, and hypochondria. Now you know what that hypochondria is. Among 10 and 11-year-olds, it might show as delinquency, vandalism, or fighting. So he said. The increasing rate of divorce and separation and such emotional disorders as alcoholism and depression among parents also affect young children's behavior, Salzman said. We have come a long way from thinking it's all the parents' fault. What we are trying to figure out is to what degree the child is predisposed to depression, which means to what degree the child has some problems and is likely to be depressed. According to the study of Salzman, the study Salzman conducted, about 75 adolescent suicides were officially reported in 1973. The last year his study covered, that was his, the last year his study covered. So it's a 75 adolescents, that's youngsters, children and early teenagers. Adolescent, I think, goes 14, 15, something like that. 13, right, to 19, a teenager, teenagers. Only 3 suicides were reported in 58, he said. So this Sun-Times article shows an increase, a report is telling us that there is an increase of suicide among youngsters is on the rise. In 58, only 3, and then in 73, I believe in 73, you have 75. They're telling us that things that are accounting for this, divorce, quarrels between lovers, or I guess between mothers and fathers, and death in the family, the loss of a loved one. These things have been happening all the time. People have been dying ever since we've had people, and divorces haven't been that as high as they are now, but people have been fighting each other too, for as long as there have been people. Something else is terribly wrong, and what the problem is a whole change of the nature of the people. The nature of people have changed over the years. The people don't have this. What do we mean by nature? You who watch Cup Show, I believe we mentioned nature on Cup Show. We think of nature as being God-given. We say this is the nature of this thing. we think we mean the God-given. For human beings, we don't mean that. Human beings can take on any nature they want to take on. And many times the nature we take on is the nature that we couldn't help ourselves against. Nature is brought about, well, using the old language of Master Farad Muhammad. He talked about how a devil was made, you know, the grafting of the devil. And he says by a process of grafting, says he taught them lies. So in grafting, the victims were being taught lies. So it wasn't just, or it wasn't a physical grafting, or it wasn't a simple grafting, a mixing of things that are foreign, but also a building of lies into the minds and nature of the people. And if you believe a lie, you're going to have to live a lie. And if you live a lie, you're going to take on the nature of a lie, you see. So animals have nature because their lives are set. They can't change their lives. They have to live the life that the Creator set for them in their organism or in their biological makeup. He has set for them their life. So they live that life and they keep the same nature, right? Dogs, cats, whatever you have, birds, whatever you have, those things keep the same nature. Why? Because they keep the same life. But human beings don't keep the same nature. And it's simply because you don't keep the same life. You can change your life anytime you get ready. And the society changed our lives for us. Society put our mind in one frame and take it out of that and put it in another frame. So if you keep the same frame of mind, most likely you'll keep the same life, the same habits, the same lifestyle. But if your frame of mind is changed, then your living changed too, right? And if you change over a certain period of time, then the habit has become so deeply ingrained into your mind and into your life that it's no more habit, it's your nature. You see? So human beings are not creatures that are governed by natural laws or by instinct. They are governed by mind. The mental makeup governs us. And people who know how to corrupt or disrupt the order of the mind, human mind, can disrupt it, can change the order of the human mind, and give you an artificial mentality, artificial mental makeup. Make your mind just the opposite nature of what God intended for it to be. Did God intend for people to be suicidal? No. But the Western world is a suicidal world. It's not just the youngsters who are committing suicide. Suicide is an addiction in the West. The people are just in the habit, they have to kill themselves. Now there's more ways to kill yourself than to take up a pill or a gun or throw yourself down a cliff or something like that. Anytime you go out and threaten people that you know can kill you, you're committing suicide. Is that right? When you go out threatening and bullying people that you know can kill you, well, that's suicidal nature, you see? And anytime a country boasts of how bad it is and attacks anybody just for giving a little crossfire or a little word to them, that shows that the country has a suicidal nature. And there was a time in the history of America when America had a suicidal nature. Everybody that spoke against America was ready to go kill them. Everybody that differed with America was ready to go kill them, you see? Well, this is suicidal nature, suicidal mind too. And when you look at the whole Western society, you see suicide standing out bolder than anything else in the society. The gambling, the dope, the alcoholism, the crazy sex life, the races, the car races, Russian roulette. All of these things are suicidal manifestations. They are manifestations of the suicidal nature in the society. Now, didn't Jesus commit suicide? Didn't he commit suicide? What else can we call it? According to Christianity, Jesus committed suicide. You know, if he was other than God, then he obeyed his Father. But the Christians say, no, he wasn't just the Son of God, he was God. So if he was God, he committed suicide. You see? Now, if he wasn't God and he was just the Son of God, then he obeyed his Father, who ordered him to kill himself. So his Father is responsible for the suicide, you see? But still he killed himself. Nobody can kill God, can they? All right. So if this was God, who can kill God? So see, you don't think about these things that the Christians tell you. You just accept them and don't pay any attention, you know. You swallow the bait and don't even know the taste. But if you think on it a little bit, God committed suicide in Christianity. He killed himself. They don't say it like that. They say he gave his life to save the world from sin. Is that right? But if I give my life, especially in a weeping, repentant frame of mind, because it says that he repented over the sins of the world. Is that right? So here is a repentant-minded person. He's worried, he's sad for what he's done, created a creation that's bad, sinful, blood spillers, adulterers, and sodomic people. So he's worried about all this. Say, okay, I'll get them to be right. I'll go down and kill myself. I'll go down and give my life for their sins. Then they'll love me. Now, isn't this the same kind of mind that this man is talking about? The same kind of mind this man is talking about in these children. She said that they're starving for love. They want somebody that notice them. You see? So they kill themselves to get attention. And that's exactly what the God did in Christianity. The people wouldn't pay any attention to him, wouldn't obey him. He said, well, I'll go down and kill myself. Then they'll love me. See? Oh, mister, now you know Christ didn't commit suicide. The world was wicked and they killed him. You can kill me. I don't have power over life and death. But if I was God Almighty, you couldn't kill me. And if death came upon me, I killed myself. You see? So that's why the book says he gave, because the world can't take the life of God. Can't take the life of God's prophet or messenger. Why? Because that life is in God's hand. Is that right? God is the protector. So that's why the book says he gave his son, his only begotten son. Because the world can't take from God what is God. You understand? All right. So if he gave it, and if that was him, as many Christians contend, they say, no, Jesus was not only the Son, Jesus was God. They are three in one. So God gave his life to save the world. That's the case, then, that God committed suicide. And whether we accept it like that or not, that's the way it reaches our hearts. See, your mind won't deal with it, but your heart understands. your heart understand that Jesus committed suicide and that he had a suicide problem. He just had to kill himself, you know. Not the real Jesus, the false Jesus that the world has given to us, that Jacobite world. I wanted to read this article to tell you something that is evident, been expected, and it's evident now. But we are blessed to have truth today. We don't have to die. But the signs of death over the whole world are very evident. When you look at what's happening in the world today, you see the sign of death. The children committing suicide. The youngsters destroying themselves in one way or another. The old people turning young. I don't mean turning young in a nice way, turning young in a healthy way. I mean turning young in an unhealthy way. Old men with silly teenage minds. Old women with silly teenage minds. Old women trying to tempt young men. Woman ain't nothing but a bundle of wrinkles, you know. I couldn't say that what I had in my mind. Just a big bundle of wrinkles. God has forced her to accept the real life that he gave her. And that's the inward life. But she can't accept that. The outward life is gone. The Lord has dried it up. Trying to get her to see you have to give this up, woman, and attach yourself to a higher life before you die, you know? But she just won't detach herself from the lower life. Go and get some silicone and blow that wrinkle up until it attracts somebody. Now, you can't touch it now. It feels artificial, you know. It feels like a sandbag. Old women in their 70s. See a young man that raised the chest up, you know. Yeah, you've seen them. They can be older than that. They got a nice figure, you know. They'll see you in the house. Sure, there's something's gone wrong with the world. They used to be saying, who? And a young girl doing that. Now they the ones doing it. Pitiful. Nothing but foolishness on their mind. Want children toys. What I mean by that, you know, sports cars, fancy bicycles. 98 years old. Want a sports car and a fancy bicycle. And it's okay to want to keep your youth, but it shows that something's wrong with the minds of the people when they want to regress. and take on silly-mindedness that they left many, many years ago. You can hardly talk to your people. Their minds are so far away from truth and reality. Say, look, why don't you do this way? Can't hear you. Mind way out somewhere else. You know, you can't get them to see simple things. I watch the habits of our people, not only our people. I watch TV. I think we're picking up a lot of those crazy habits, maybe from TV. We on the subject tonight, don't worry. You know, eat, you know, eat the meal, bring the dishes, put them in the sink, right? Don't rake them out no more like we used to do when we were kids. We were kids, we used to take the dish and rake the garbage out in the garbage, you know? Then we put it in the sink. But what they do now, they put everything in the sink. I mean, this is the truth. I know you've seen some of them do this. But, and you know, now we done got so rich, we don't even eat up all our food. Just half a plate of food in the sink. Half a bowls of soup in the sink. Half a rolls, slices of bread in the sink. All right? It stays there, right? Until they can't stand it no more. Nigga, go in there and clean up that goddamn sink. Now, they can't go in there and clean it up. It's too terrible for them to deal with. They got to holler at the little nigga, you know. Sometimes that's the weak husband. But most of the time it's one of the children that just can't do no better, you know. They have to do what the parents say. So they got to go in there now and dig all that garbage up out of the sink and rake it out. Plumbing bills too, all that you have to consider, you see. Unnecessary plumbing bills. But all they had to do, as soon as they got through eating, rake the garbage out, go to the sink and run water on the dish. As soon as you get through eating, the stuff is soft. It's soft on the dish. It's going to rinse right off, right? Rinse the dishes off. Okay, that's fast. That's easy. No, we can't do it that way. Got to let them sit on the table and get hard. Let the garbage get hard on them. And then take them and put them in the sink. Then got to fish in all that garbage for the stopper or for the drain, you know, and loosen it up around the drain so the water go down. After the water go down, then got to take all that garbage out. And after cleaning the sink, then wash dishes. And when you get your dish, there's a little dried up this or that on it, you see. Never can get that dish clean. Because they think they're still supposed to wash dishes like they used to do 10 years ago. They used to just hit it, you know. That's because you just took it off the table. The man just got through eating, you know. You can just hit it. But when it's set up for hours, you can't just hit it. You got to soak it and work with it a while. All right? So they ain't going to soak it and work with it a while. They give you old dish, man, with some old dried up grease on it, and a piece of meat sticking on it, you know, some mustard sticking on it or something. Piece of green stuck on it, anything. You're allowed to find anything on it. And can't correct the problem. You see how the minds are deteriorated in this society? Curse. This is a curse. It's a curse on the people. When you can't do the thing that's right for you and do it the right way, and knowing this is the right way and it's easy for you to do this way, then you have a curse on you. We are cursed. Families cursed. Can't talk to each other. Can't communicate. can't show love and affection. Well, you kiss me first. Well, you have to apologize for what you did 1968, July the 5th. Don't you remember right after the 4th? I remember. It was right after the 4th. You know what you said about me. You apologize for that nigga. I ain't gonna never act like I love you until you apologize for that. Messed up world. Now look, if this teaching we are getting will give us our minds back, because this world has taken our minds from us. If this teaching will give ourselves back to us, then let me tell you, this teaching is the greatest Savior that you've ever heard of. No price or nothing else you can imagine is more dear to you than this teaching. Don't let no crazy person take it from you. Keep the teaching. Grow with the teaching. Learn it. Get acquainted with the teaching. Learn something of the teachings every day if you possibly can. You see? Keep your mind growing in this language. Because if you don't, you're going to die with this crazy world. I want to read from the Holy Quran a couple of verses. Then we're going to talk on man and woman a little bit. This is read from chapter 6 of the Holy Quran. It's called An'am, are the cattle, the animals, domestic animals, that is, most of them, referring to mainly domestic animals that men have, that carry them around, not just the cows. It says the cattle, but not just cows. And An'am are those domestic animals, sheep, cows, and others. This verse 6 speaks of Allah, and it says, with him are the keys of the unseen, the treasures that none knows but he. He knows whatever there is on earth and in the sea. Not a leaf falls without his knowledge. Now you think about that. When fall comes, there are leaves falling all over the earth. Not a leaf falls without his knowledge. There is not a grain in the darkness of the depths of the earth, nor anything fresh or dry, green or withered, but is inscribed in a record clear to those who can read. Now, look how powerful this verse is. And the commentator here, he said, to those who can read. Now, it doesn't say that, to those who can read. But he added that, to those who can read, for a reason. But here is telling us that Allah knows everything that is going on. Not a single leaf falls from a tree without his knowledge. And if there is a grain in the earth, in the darkness of the earth, he has knowledge of that. And not only that, it is in a record. It says, Fi kitabin mubin. Fi kitabin mubin. In a clear record. In a clear record. So God is telling us that not only has he created these things that you see, but he has also kept count of everything. And that he is aware of everything. See, there's some people who think a creator is the one who creates, but he's not aware of what he's done, or not aware of everything he has done. So the Holy Quran is letting us know that Allah is one who creates everything and is also aware of everything. every single thing. Nothing escapes him. Now, if nothing escapes Allah from this physical creation that he's made, if no leaf falls without his knowledge, if everything that is happening in the physical world, whether it's a seed in the ground, in the darkness of the ground, if those things are not hidden from him, then we should reflect on our own self and know, too, that all of our deeds are recorded by him and that he's always aware of everything that we are doing, and every atom in your makeup, he's aware of it. And if anything happened within your makeup without your knowledge, don't think it happened without his knowledge. For if a tree can't drop a leaf without his knowledge, then you should know your mind can't drop a seed without his knowledge. Is that right? Your mind can't plant a seed in the deep recesses of darkness without his knowledge. So this is telling us, just as he's aware of what is going on in his physical world, he's aware of what's going on in your own personal world. And don't think we can deceive the Creator. We can't deceive the Creator. And don't think we have problems that are too big for the Creator. We can't have problems too big for the Creator. These things may escape us, but nothing escape Almighty God. This is what the Holy Quran is telling us. And I wish that you would come into this kind of belief, because it is this kind of belief that really makes you grow into a great person. As long as you think your God is limited, you're going to be limited. But once you realize that your God is not limited, then you won't be limited. Because he can elevate you, he can grow you. But if you think he's limited, then you're not going to trust your own self-development. You say, oh, I can't do that. Why? Because I don't believe God can do that for me. But if I believe that there was a being in creation and over creation who has done all of these things, that is still able to repeat his creation and do the same wondrous works again, then I'm not going to face anything that's going to cause me to despair or give up. I'll keep moving ahead. You heard that old song, Nat Cole sung it, and a lot of others, I think. Faith can move mountains. Well, that's a fact. If you don't have faith in yourself, you can't move a grain of sand. And many of the problems that we have in our homes are nothing but grains of sand. But we are too weak to deal with those grains of sand in our home because we don't have faith anymore in ourselves. We don't have faith in each other. And how can you have faith in someone else if you don't have faith in yourself? You have to first have faith in yourself. If you have first faith in yourself, then you have faith in someone else like yourself. You find people that's always talking negative, pessimistic people who are saying it can't happen. It can't be done. I don't believe it until I see it. Those are people who are not pitiful because they don't believe in life or in the world. They are pitiful because they don't believe in themselves. I tell you, I've looked at it. I've noticed it. Every chronic complainer, a do-nothing, who's always complaining about things ain't right and things can't happen, and there ain't no good in the world. Everyone that I've noticed was one that didn't show me any sign that they had faith in themselves. Same old complainer was waiting on somebody else to take care of her. Waiting on somebody else to do things for them that they had all the power to do for themselves if they would just act. You see? Well, I hope we let Allah come into our hearts. Because that's the only thing that can save this whole world, brothers and sisters. It's Allah. We have to believe in Allah. That Allah has done this work we call the world, and can do it again. That He made life, He can remake life. He's designed a human being and gave you intelligence. He can redesign you and give you intelligence again. Holy Quran says, don't you see that he who did it the first time can do it again? It's as simple as that. Now, if you don't believe in Allah, then you don't believe that someone or some being did this. You believe that this happened by itself. Well, if you believe like that, if you believe that the world happened by itself, nobody did it, no intelligence is behind it, it wasn't designed, it's just an accident, it just came like this by chance. If you believe like that, then consider yourself, you are not a creature of chance. You are a creature of intelligence, a creature of willpower. You don't live by chance, you live by intelligence. And without willpower, you can't do anything. If you give up yourself to chance, you know what's going to happen to you. Just sleep tomorrow morning. You got that good job bringing you in 150 or 250 or 350. And say, chance runs everything. And just keep on sleeping, brother, waiting on chance. And somebody has to bring you some soup. And a doctor maybe. Because you're going to starve to death. And you're going to be in bad shape. Nobody can live in this world on chance. You have to live by intelligence. Now, if this world happened by chance, if I could be made to believe that, being an intelligent man, and believe me, I pride myself in being an intelligent man. I thank Allah for giving me brain and some sense. My position would still be the same as it is now. If it happened by chance, I'm not a creature of chance. I can't depend on chance. So I have to behave intelligently. Is that right? And I can't do anything without faith. Faith is the first power. Without faith, you can't do anything. We have today many people who have brains. But don't you know our brains are more impoverished today than they were 20 years ago? We're not putting out more brains than we did 20 years ago, putting out less brains. We're not putting out more qualified people, more professional people, more skilled people than we did 20 years ago. We're putting out less today. Why? Because the will is not there. The will is dying in the people. Why is the will dying in the people? Because the people don't have faith in anything anymore. So can't you see that this teaching I'm giving you is on time, and that is natural as well as divine? Brothers and sisters, it's as plain as day. As plain as day. The problems are so clear before our eyes that we shouldn't even doubt. We should just hear this message, and right away it should just click. You should see the light just instantly. You should see the light and never turn back from it. It says, it is he, verse 60, it is he who takes your souls by night and has knowledge of all that you've done by day. It's wonderful. Almighty God tells us here in this verse that don't worry when you sleep. Don't fear to go to sleep. The same one that keeps you alive while you are awake keeps you alive when you're asleep. Got people afraid of the dark, afraid to go to sleep. You can't protect yourself with your eyes open. Look, if the world was existing by chance, the rule of chance would predict death for most of us in this society. The things we have to run up against daily involve risk of life. And if that's all we had to depend on was chance, brother, most of us would be dead tomorrow. Going out here, we'd run into that crazy man. Or when we get home, we'd meet that crazy youngster or that crazy woman. And we'd be dead. But in this old crazy, dangerous world, most of us manage to wake up the next morning. It is because Almighty God is always in control of everything, and He's not going to let things get out of control but so much, just enough to wake us up. Says He takes our souls at night. Now, you know when the person is asleep at night, they are the same person. They haven't lost anything. They weigh the same, look the same, got everything they had when they were awake. But they're almost like dead. Is that right? And this sleep thing is still a mystery to most scientists. Most scientists, the sleep is a mystery to them. See? So why just that if nothing has happened, the person is only resting, sleeping. And he's not conscious. They have to give us some kind of anesthesia, sedative, to make us sleep. Is that right? They have to put something into us, some drug or something, to make us sleep. But here, just natural causes make you sleep. And you lie there, and you don't know whether you're dead or awake, dead or asleep. You don't know, right? And you dream. You have experiences so real. Sometimes the experiences you have in sleep are realer than the ones you have when you're awake. I'm telling you, look here, I needed some money so bad once. Look, I had done without money so long until I could only dream about it. When I was awake, I couldn't think about it. It had been away from me just that long. I couldn't consciously bring money back to my mind. I had to be asleep. And look, I dreamed that a lot of money, I did. I dreamed that a lot of money was in my possession. That somebody had brought me a lot of money. And that money looked so real to me when I woke up, I was smiling, I was happy. Look. It took me a little while to get myself together. Look, I mean, after it dawned on me that was a dream, it still took me a little while to get myself together. God almighty, why that had to happen to me? That money looked more, I ain't never seen money look that real. And I knew that, I knew I had that money. See, so this is a mystery. It's a mystery. How a person can be away from the real thing and have a stronger sense of the real thing than they have when they are with the real thing. It's a kind of a mystery. And Allah has put that in nature to teach us that the physical is not everything, that there are powers stronger than the physical, that can produce the physical even stronger than the physical was able to produce itself. So isn't that a fact? It is he who does take your souls by night and has knowledge of all that you've done by day. By day, he raised you up again, that a term appointed be fulfilled. In the end, unto him unto him in the end will be your return. Then will he show you the truth of all that you did. So what is this telling us? That in this life you can't see the truth of all that you're doing. You can't see the whole reality in this physical life. Sleep is a sign that there's a higher sense of reality. You understand? And this rising up from sleep and coming into the day is a sign of a great resurrection that's coming. Your whole life is going to be to you like a night's rest. One day. And you're going to wake up and see a new world of reality. And realize that your whole life that you spent in this world was like a sleep. And when you wake up and see things as they really are, then you're going to understand what your purpose was, what life was all about, why you had to live as you lived, and fight for your life and for the life of your loved ones as you had to fight. See, all of these questions must be answered sometime. Don't think God is some kind of crazy maniac, some monster experimenting with things. Don't think he put us here and disturbed our minds with all of these questions and are not going to clear them up for us one day. He put all of these questions into our minds to make us deal with hard questions. Dealing with hard questions is going to develop the muscles of your mind. It's going to make your mind stronger. It's going to make your mind more capable of doing great things. So God is only growing us in this creation. Can you understand this? The purpose of this life here is only to grow us as much as possible. Then there's coming a time we're going to put us in a world realer than this one. A world more true to its colors. This world is not true to its colors. The colors tell us one thing, but when we taste it, it's something else. But God is going to produce life again for us in a new creation that is true to its colors. And at that time, the full reality will dawn on us, and we will understand. And if we have used what Allah has given us in this life and have responded as we should respond, that is intelligently, to the best of our ability, then we are going to be advanced at that particular time. We'll be ready to grow in that higher creation. But if we have denied ourselves growth in this development here, we are going to be like something delivered stillborn. Don't think we can go into another creation with a development that is not even good enough here. How can I go to high school with mark scores too weak to pass the 5th grade in elementary school? I can't go to high school. In order to go to high school, I must have a strong score from elementary school. Is that right? The same thing for this life. You might say, well, what about a baby that is born and never comes into life? A baby that's born dead, or one that didn't develop completely, or a child that's suddenly killed. and never get a chance to develop itself. What about that? Allah is the best knower. And we don't know what kind of impressions were made on the soul of that child. Is that right? All right. We don't know what kind of activity went on in the makeup of that child while it was in the womb. We don't know how well that child was developed. The physical development doesn't tell us everything. Maybe that child in his soul makeup was perfect for the next life at that particular point. And God said, well, I carry it further, take it now. Who knows? Is that right? Who knows? You find that wicked people, they usually get a long life. Is that right? You know that. So ignorant, hard-headed dumbbells that just don't care about nothing, they seem to live around here forever. Why? Almighty God gives them an extension of life. So that when the judgment comes, they can't say, God, if you had let me live a little longer, I would have gotten better. I would have changed my ways. Those old wicked people, he let them live and live and live. And some of them get worse in their old age. Get 84 with mold on their faces. And the evil increase in them. Worse than they were when they were 50 or 30, you know. Planning how to hurt somebody. Planning how to put misery into somebody's life. I find old people, I'm telling you, I've met in my life. Old people look like there ain't nothing holding them up but faith. Look like if they cough, they'll be dead. But still busy trying to make my life or your life miserable. Now what hope they gonna have? No chance. So we don't know. Holy Quran says there are worlds that you know and worlds you don't know. Creation that you know and creation that you don't know. So he has created things that we know, that you know, that is people, and things that you know not. So let's not think we know everything, and let's not try to make ourselves judges over God's divine ways. We can't judge Allah, and we can't judge his works or his ways. We can only learn from it. And to do that, we have to submit. Now, I want to turn, I'll let you go in a few minutes. I want to turn to a chapter called The Cave, verse 23. It says here, nor say anything, nor say of anything, I shall be sure to do so and so tomorrow, without adding, so please God. Now, people, when they hear us talk like this, they say, oh, those people are too religious. They're too holy. Or either they're fatalists or something, you know. They believe that everything has been set. They can't do anything and life is set for them. No, we are not fatalists. We don't believe that my life has been set or our life has been set and nothing we can do one way or the other to make our life better or to improve our lives. We don't believe like that. We believe that Allah has put our lives in our hands and that we can make our lives what we want our lives to be. But at the same time, we know that Allah can interfere anytime he wants to interfere. Allah can interrupt anytime he wants to interrupt. We can't shut him out. And we shouldn't be so self-conceited and so proud to think that we can say we're going to do such and such without reflecting on the supreme being who has the power to prevent you from doing such and such. We should say, I'm going to do such and such tomorrow, if Allah be pleased. Or I'm going to do such and such, insha'Allah, if Allah will. You know, the Christians say God willing, right? They say God willing. Means the same thing. Means if God wills, or if it's okay with God. If this is the will of God, then I will do it. But if it's not in God's plan, I can't do it. That's what we mean by that. Say, well, since God has planned, there ain't nothing I can do about my life then, why don't I just do anything? God has already planned it. No, no. Doesn't work like that. Certainly, he knows what is going to happen. And he's even planned your individual life. But that life can be affected by you, though God planned it. What do we mean when we say God planned our life? God has established his rules. If you disobey his rules, you're going to suffer the consequences. But God hasn't said that Wallace must live 45 years and then die. If that was so, the Holy Quran wouldn't say that God extends the life of some people to give them more opportunity to improve their lives. Is that right? So God is not the kind of God that say, you have 30 years, he has 60, you have 80, you know? And that you must marry so-and-so and have so many children. Must bust your head or drink whiskey and be a drunkard for 10 years and get 20 knots on your head every weekend, you know. And then one day you come into great blessings. He's going to deliver you, you see? No, not God is not that kind of God. But God is the God who has established his law. And if you disobey those laws, you're going to suffer the consequences. If you obey those laws, you're going to get the reward of obeying those laws. All right. So we should say, if it pleases Allah. You don't have to say this out loud. Say, oh, brother, I'll see you tomorrow, if it pleases Allah. Beautiful if you say it out. But you don't have to. Because your faith doesn't have to be established before me. I don't have to be a witness to what you're doing with your God, between you and your God. You understand? You have to be a witness. So if you say that in your own conscience, that's good enough. But we should remember to reflect on God before we do anything. The Muslim, before he steps out of his door, he says, Bismillah. You don't just walk out your door. If you get into this habit, you'll see great blessings coming into your life. And another thing many of us forget to do, and that is reflect on God when God has delivered us from something. I don't care how small it is, brother and sister. Reflect on Allah when you see that you have been delivered from something. Some of us, we go out in the street and just barely miss getting run over by a car. And just be frightened for a while. Good God. Well, I almost got it that time. Now, if you keep that kind of mind, you're going to get it one time. But if you see you almost got it that time, say, all praise is due to Allah. Say, thank you, Allah. I know it was you. You see? If you're doing a job and you see yourself doing it better, don't give credit to your intelligence. Say, all praise is due to Allah. Say, thank you, Allah. If you wake up in the morning and start speaking to your wife and children and you find a better atmosphere, there's more love in the air, say thank you, Allah. I guarantee you, if you start thanking Allah for everything you receive in your life will improve. I guarantee this myself. Trust Allah. Trust Allah. Don't trust yourself. You can't take care of yourself. When we go to sleep, who do we trust to take care of us? You better trust Allah. So I'm telling you, ain't nobody else in this world gonna love you all the time. They're gonna come one night when that person you've been trusting ain't gonna love you, and you ain't gonna know what they might do what they might decide to do while you're sleeping. You know? All right. I wanted to be through in an hour. I said I was going to finish in an hour. I'm going to be finished in a few minutes. But I want to talk about man and woman, and I hope that we can understand. And we can understand if we trust Allah. Allah will lead us to understand. Man and woman in society. This is a big problem today because everybody is talking about rights. My rights and your rights, you know. So this day and age of civil rights and the individual conscious of the individual being conscious of his own power and his own worth, his own rights. It has fed us with a kind of a drunken mindedness, a kind of drunk mindedness. You know, we don't speak from sense always. We speak from feeling. You know, and a child will say, "You don't have no right to tell me what to do. I don't have to listen to you." Little children tell their parents, I'm talking to parents like this, you know. Maybe you don't have that problem, but some of us do. Well, I'll think about it. That's what your little children say, right? I'll think about it. Oh, that ain't the way I heard it. I don't know whether it's right or not. This is your little children's cursing you like this. It's because they've been fed this whole idea that they don't have to listen to anybody anymore. And don't know what they're talking to you, the things they're saying to you. That kind of sassy talk they're giving you. That is not theirs. They got that from somebody. They didn't get it by themselves. Somebody fed them that kind of sassy talk. Is that right? Somebody had to tell them that they had rights and that they got a mind of their own. They didn't come here thinking that way. But all of a sudden now, these little small minds take up things that they got from other places and start bragging about them like they invented them themselves. I got a mind of my own. The only person that's got a mind of his or her own is the person that respects the mind it's got. If you got a mind of your own, you must first have some respect for that mind. What I mean by respect, you have to have some kind of estimation, some kind of evaluation of what you got. If you know the weight of what you got, if you know how to evaluate what you got, and then you have respect for what you estimate that you have, then I agree, you've got a mind of your own. But if you just talk and have never really looked and examined your own mind to see just how much it weighs in the intelligent world, then you don't have a mind of your own. How can I have something of my own that I'm not acquainted with? I might have $1 million that somebody willed to me. But if I don't know it, I don't have it. Is that right? And they say, well, don't you know you've been had $1 million ever since 1939? I said, no, I didn't know that. And for the first time now, I feel I got $1 million. Right? All right. Same way it is with your mind. If you don't know your own mind, you don't have your own mind. Somebody else got it. And most of us who talk all this talk about what we got, how much authority we got, and what we don't have to take and don't have to listen to, most of the people talking like that don't have their own mind. They're talking with the minds of somebody else. All right. In Islam, we strive to keep in line with nature. We believe that Allah is the author of nature, that He's the one that set these natural things. He's established the natural laws. So if He have established those things, He have established them for a reason, for a good reason. In obeying the natural things, we live better lives. All right. The Holy Quran says, of Islam, says this religion is the religion of nature, or the religion established on the pattern seen in nature, called Deen al-Fitra, which means that religion that is reflected in the order of nature. You want to see its pattern? You want to see its design? Study nature. You see? All right, now I know we have a problem. The sisters, they wonder how come they have to sit behind the brothers in the prayer. If this is really equality, how come sisters can't sit up front? Or why brothers don't sit behind sometimes? It's because this is a natural religion. The minister now calling himself imam and calling some of his male ministers imam, but not calling any of us sisters imam. What is this? I thought we were equal. We are equal. In fact, we are unequal and equal. In many ways, you sisters are superior to us. So where you are superior, we are unequal. And where we are equal, we are equal. And where we are superior, we are unequal. As where you are superior, we are unequal. Now, isn't that just plain sense? But why do we say in Islam we are all equal then, if we are equal and unequal? Because regardless to our inequality, Allah doesn't deal with those things in us that goes like this. He deals with only those things that go level. You understand? Allah is not going to judge us by how much intelligence we have. Allah is not going to judge us by how much muscle we got. Allah is going to judge us by how much goodness we got and expressed. And some of the people, the most deprived people as far as education, Some of them show love that is so great that the man with all the doctorates, with all the degrees, can't make an improvement on it. Is that right? And some of us with all the muscles are not able to move a heavy object that a man or a woman comes up and moves who had no muscles at all. Is that right? So Allah is not going to deal with these things where there's inequality. He's going to deal with that has equality. And we all equal when it comes to loving. I've been among insane people and saw love. I've seen morons and saw love. I haven't seen any creature deprived of love but a creature who had deprived himself. So Allah has made accessible to us the development of love. And if we can love each other and care for each other, we can love Allah. If we can love each other and respond to each other out of love, then we can love Allah and respond to God out of love. So this moral and spiritual development is open to all of us. Can't you see that? You don't have to be wise to be morally upright. A fool sometimes is the most morally upright person around. Is that right? Yes. So Allah judges us in those areas. Now, how come a man now can be an imam and the woman can't be an imam? It's not because he got more intelligence. No. It's not because he got more moral power. No. Maybe the woman got as much moral development as he got, maybe more. Maybe she's more intelligent than he is. Well, why should he be the imam then? If there's a sister among us who's got more intelligence than he got, more learning, and she's higher in her morals. It's because of nature. Nature has designed that man to be the leader in society. And though you be greater than him, sister, in your intelligence and maybe in your moral makeup, you should step behind him and let him lead you. Say, why should I step behind and let him lead me? Because he is fit. He has been designed. He has been made fit to go out in the society ahead of you. And if anything, you should check him on the side and say, brother, I think if you had done it this way, you'd have been a little better off. Brother, if you improve your morals, you'd be a little better off. You can talk to him. There was a great Khalid that was stopped by a woman. She was reprimanded by him. And he listened to her. And he confessed, he admitted that she was right. And went on and conducted himself on the instructions that he got from that woman. But that woman didn't say, I should be the Khalid. No. The man should be the leader. Because the world is made rugged. The world is a rugged, cold, rugged world. And that man has been made rugged in his nature to deal with the rugged things in society. And the woman has been made tender and delicate in her nature. She's not been made by nature, by God, to deal with the rough things of the world. So that man should go out there in front. What's wrong with somebody going in front of you? Look, understand that we don't always send the best thing in front of us. A general don't send generals on the front line. A general send men on the front line that have grown used to the things that they have to deal with on the front line. General get out there on the front line and he won't know what to do. Because he haven't trained. He's not prepared for those things that's happening out there on the front line. He's been trained to direct. Is that right? So he sits back and he directs the battle. But he don't go out there on the front line. Two men will be walking with each other. One will have more intelligence than the other. But if the one with more intelligence recognizes that he's walking now on a road that the one with less intelligence is more familiar with than he will step back and let the one with less intelligence lead him down that unfamiliar road. Is that right? Now, sisters, we have a few billion years of experience walking the public highway, going through the jungles, crossing the roads, going over the hills, you see, crossing the oceans and going in strange lands. We have millions of years of experience in this. Nature has taught us how to face the harsh things and the surprises out there in the environment. And Almighty God wants us to remember this and never change. He don't want men to become sissies. Don't want men to become effeminate and women to become masculine. This old crazy thing in the air today, if we give ourselves to that, in time, we'll be a bunch of Greek sissies. Don't you know it was a similar kind of mind that came into the great Greek people? They used to have a great empire, great nation. And they came into that old democracy thing, and after a while, the men looked like a bunch of women. Their civilization went down. They lost their greatness. If you study the ancient history, you'll see that there was a kind of a sissy kind of a plague struck not only Greece, but Rome and a few of the other great nations. That's right. Greece and Rome. Now, don't you know this thing could be planned? And don't you know they could be planning right now to debilitate the men? To make you a bunch of sissies? By making you think that your women are just like you? Unisex. God didn't make no one sex, he made two sexes. But this old wicked society want to make one sex out of us. I told you this Jacobite skunk brother is trying to destroy the world. And we have to fight like the Dickens to save the world. If there's a man who can recite the prayers, if there's a man who can recite the prayers, can lead the service, that man should do it. I don't care how wise the women are over him. I don't care how clean they are above him. If there's a man who can do it, a man should do it. And if I was a woman, and was cleaner than my imam, before I stood up there and took his place, I would insist that he pray. That'll make him cleaner. Say, brother, get on up there and lead us in prayer. That's right, sister. Make him do his job. His job, doing his job, will improve him. My mother made me do a lot of things that she could have done. But she wanted me to do those things because she felt that those things were for a man to do. So she was teaching me while I was a teenager that, son, you are a man and you're supposed to learn how to do men things or learn how to do things that men do. She could have done them, but she said, well, let's do that. To teach me responsibility. Thank you. Excuse me. Almighty God has designed the female in such a way that it requires that she stay at home more than the male stays at home. She can't help it. Almighty God has designed her nature like that. She has to give birth to children, and when she gives birth to a child, taking care of that child, if she's not rich to hire somebody else to do it, she's going to have to be tied up for 2 years or more. Just watching over that little baby. And if there are no big children in the house, she might have to be tied up longer than that. Right? All right. So nature has dictated, not us. God, his creation and nature, has dictated that the sisters should stay home more than we stay home. And in staying home, the sisters grow more fit to a home environment than to a street environment. So we're not being domineering and cruel when we ask our sisters to stay home off the street. We are being kind. We are being gentlemen. We are being intelligent fathers and husbands when we ask our women to stay off the streets. What man want to see his wife or his daughter walking out there on those streets 10 and 11 and 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock at night, 2 and 3 and 4 in the morning, walking the streets? Don't you know a society that let their women do that don't have any love for their women? Sister, if your man loves you, he will be hurt knowing that you are walking out there in those streets or driving out there in those streets in the bad hours of the night. That's right. If you come in and he sleep, and he keep on sleeping and wake up the next morning and don't show any sign that he was hurt, look at here. You better improve your thing. You're losing that man. That's right. You're losing that man, because if he cares anything about you, he's going to be worried and hurt knowing you out there in those streets by yourself. Well, I ain't no baby. I'm grown up. Don't need no nigga worried about me. Thank Allah that we still got niggas that worry about you. Says that in Islam, the man, because of nature, the way Allah has designed creation and nature, the man has become the dominant creature in physique, muscle, physical power. And it says, and also in the possession of wealth. Now, isn't that a fact? The men usually build the society up, build the industry up, and they usually make the money. The women, sometimes we find rich women, women with a lot of wealth, but who got it? Who produced it? It was the men. Is that right? Now, it's not because you're a weaker sister that you didn't get the wealth. It's because that nature designed that you stay at home. And the man was free to go out. So over the thousands and millions of years, men have been free to go out and learn what's out and explore and utilize what they found. And that's how come we have the wealth. That's how come we have the knowledge of the worldly things. And that's how come we have the muscles. Because we have been going out dealing with the hard and rugged things of the world. Now in time, as we said earlier, what you do become your nature. In doing these things over hundreds of thousands and millions of years, sisters and brothers, this has become our nature. We are leaders by nature. We are fighters by nature. We are bosses by nature. A woman is not a leader by nature, except over her children. Now, I know it hurts to talk to women this way, but nature has not made you a leader, sister, over anything but your children. And when your child gets so he looks, you see a lot of hair on his face, and you see that in that child's eye that there's a man brain behind that forehead, your own nature tells you as a mother to stop pushing that boy and let that boy go on and do his thing. Isn't that right? You might suggest to him, but there comes a time in a mother's life, or in a child's life, when his mother stops telling him what to do and start suggesting, son, if I was you, I would do such and such. Is that right? Her own nature tells her that it's time to stop ruling over this boy. This is a man, this is a leader, this is the boss. Somebody has to be boss. If you want to have chaos, you want everything to be out of order, just try to have two bosses in the house. You can't have no two bosses in the house. One boss has to sit down and be the assistant to the other boss. That's right. That's the only way you're going to have peace. Now, brother, I don't know about you. I'm going to tell you. Sister ain't going to get me to put on no panties and high-heel shoes and let my muscles get all weak and flabby and put on her brassieres and whatnot. I ain't going to do that. I'm going to keep my clothes on, you understand? I ain't giving up these male-looking clothes. I don't mean that the brother ought to go home and grab his wife in the collar and say, look here, nigga, I've been telling you all the time I was a boss. You heard it tonight from the chief now. The only thing been saving you is the chief. Well, I have a lot of respect for the chief. Nigga, you gonna get a knot upside your head tonight if you give me some lip. That ain't no leader, that's a fool. We have problems like that when we don't have love and respect for each other. If you love and respect each other, you don't treat each other that way. Don't go grabbing the sister in the collar. You know you're stronger than she is physically. And she knows that. You don't have to prove it. And then there's an intelligent way to prove it if you want to prove it. Go grab the refrigerator. Yeah, I do this sometimes, no kidding. My wife be acting all tough and everything. I go and grab the refrigerator. Now, I didn't say nothing to her, but that's just to let her know I still can move heavy things. You know? And she see me push that refrigerator around like that. She started thinking again, and she remembered me again, you see. And the average woman, she's proud of a man. That's a man, you know? She's proud of a man that do things that she can't do physically. But some of us, we've really killed respect in our house ourselves. See your woman pushing the refrigerator. You want to go help her? Poor woman pushing the refrigerator, trying to get it in place. Coming up steps with 50 pounds under one arm and 100 under the other. You sitting there looking at TV with your slippers on, won't even get up and help her. Now, you can't get no woman to respect you acting like that. Look here, I don't care if I had one leg. One leg, man, I'm telling you the truth. And paralysis in the other side. If I saw my wife struggling with something that I know a man should be handling, she'd see my old paralysis self trying to move towards it. Just a minute, baby. That's right. She'd have to tell me, say, honey, you know you can't do nothing with this. And I'd say, well, please, just hold it there until I can holler and call somebody else. That's right. You got to act like you love each other. Love and respect each other, and you'll see a beautiful life come into your home. And I'm going to tell you, if a man want to destroy all hope of him ever being a man, just start beating women upside the head and twisting their arms and carrying on. Once you take on that, brother, I'm telling you, the more you do it, the worse it gets. Pretty soon, you just don't know how to act any way but that way. Everything that displeases you, you know, you got to go and pull a karate hold on a woman or something. Throw her halfway across the room. And knock her down, you know. That's because you just made a habit of doing that. This flesh is crazy. It's supposed to be under instinct. It's supposed to be under animal law. It's given as a trust to us because we're supposed to have some sense. But if we don't control it, brother, it'll just take and make us look. We look at ourselves and you're weak over your own condition. I've seen men, believe me, I've seen men cry thinking over just how ugly they were. They didn't want to be that way. Just had made a habit of it so long, couldn't help himself. Only way to get out is we have to accept Allah, believe in Allah, have faith in Allah. Don't live for your wife, live for Allah. Don't live for your husband, sister, live for Allah. Don't live for your children, live for Allah. And when you live that way, you see your whole life change.
That's not all. Let's give him a big hand. Praise be to Allah. For those who are accustomed to watching television, we thought we'd give you a brief minute out for a commercial. Why don't you stand for a minute and stretch your legs, and there's more to come.
You can live with each other, you can love each other. appreciate each other. The men now are leaders in the society. Imam means the one who stands in front. If I want to say that this is in front of that, I say this is amama that. Amama means in front of. Imam means the one who stands in front. So don't think the imam who leads us in prayer is in front because he's so holy or he's so wise. He's in front because out of the males, he represents the best. In obedience to the law, to the teachings of Islam. He should anyway. And he represents the one who can best conduct the service. But there might be sisters superior to him. But he has to stand in front. This is to teach us in our law that the man's role given to him by God through nature is to stand in front. A sister should never stand in front. That's right. So sister, make that man go in front of you. Make him lead the way. Make him protect your home. Something out there disturbing the yard, don't you go out there. Some sisters are here, I gotta go see what that is out there in that yard. Don't they? You know. Here's something out on the front porch, go and pull up the stick. What's that? And sisters have gotten out of her nature. You ain't supposed to do that. Unless there ain't no man in the house. Say, honey, whatever you call it. Booger. Hey, come. You call each other all kind of crazy names, you know. Hey, brother, come on here and check what this is out here and on this porch, you know. Let him check it out. Don't you check it out. And I guarantee you, if you start putting that man on the spot, forcing him to do the things that a man's supposed to do, that man has changed his mind. If he haven't been a man, he'll start changing his mind. He'll either start being a man, or he'll let you know, I can't do it. That's right. He'll either start being a man, or he'll be forced. You'll force it. He just won't be able to lie to you anymore. He said, baby, I'm sorry. I don't know what happened to me. Dude, I just ain't got it. Now, I think that's nice of a man. To let the woman know, you know, you're wasting your time on this old useless material. Go on out, baby, and get yourself a man. That's right. Then say, thank you, honey. Will you walk down with me tomorrow, the first opportunity you get sometime tomorrow, so we can see a lawyer about this divorce? That's right, sister. Make him go right away and get that divorce. Anytime he tell you he can't be a man, you ain't supposed to be his woman. But if he be decent like that about it, shows that he at least have repentance of his ways. Then the least you can do is be kind to the poor man. That's right, be kind to the poor man. Don't call him a bunch of dirty so-and-so and so-and-so. I knew you wasn't fit for nothing. I knew you wasn't no good. You know, now you're saying it with your own mouth, nigga. You know, don't do that. Say, honey, I'm sorry. See, I thought that you really would come out of this. See, if you can just hold on a little while, Allah will bless you with some help somewhere. But don't you try to get a bit of help, sister. You want to make a worse problem for yourself, just try to help that man that have already told you he can't be helped. Don't try to help him no more, let him go. Send him out. You know, nature is a sign in so many ways to us. Animals don't let their young hang around on them always. After that young gets so old, that mother said, get out. The mother bird will kick that bird out of the nest with no parachute. That's right. She watched him, and she said, sucker got feathers, and feathers long enough to fly. Yeah. Feathers long enough to fly and got his good health and strength. He's still sitting up here, his mouth open, talking about worm. Give me a worm, give me a worm. She come in one time flying fast and knock him right off the nest. The first time he hit the air, she might duck up on him once, you know. I've seen him do that. She'd duck up on him, you know, and kind of give him a little carrot, fly up on him and help him a little bit, you know. But he got to fly. He ain't gonna stay in that nest no more. And sisters, shouldn't make weaklings out of your children. If we want a better crop of men leaders, the sisters are going to have to see that those boys grow up to be men. Don't let those boys just lay around the house and act like a bunch of sweet, delicate pimps. I thank my parents for not letting me come up like that. Dressed up all the time, can't get dirty, hands all soft, don't want to take the garbage out, don't want to sweep the floor, don't want to mop, don't want to go out and wash the window, don't want to do nothing but sit around and look like he's a visitor. Frank, look here. Sisters, you ain't doing nothing but destroying us. That's right. Tell him to get up. Say, look here, if you ain't got nothing to do, then get up and sit down until I tell you to stop. That's right. Look, that if you just make him do that, that's going to develop his muscles in his legs and thighs. That's right. We're going to have to get charge of our life. Take charge of your life again. Make your male children grow up to be men. And make your husbands be husbands. And brother, the sister step back and let you be a man, then don't you just disappoint Allah in this community. If she'll step back and let you be a man, show her that you will do the best you can, those things that are your responsibility. Now, I hope it's clear now what the role of man and woman is in Islam. One has to be the leader. And nature has designed that the male should be that leader. And most males are qualified to be that leader. All they need is help from their women. If the women will just help us, we can lead. I'm telling you, sister, I know. If you give these brothers a little help, you'll see some great leaders. Give them a little help. Now, if they follow me, they ain't gonna get so big-headed that they shut up, put their fingers in their ear, and don't listen to anything you got to say. We ain't that kind of society. The Bible says the woman should keep quiet in the congregation. And if she would say anything, she should wait until she get home and ask her husband. We don't believe that. A woman can speak out wherever she wants to speak out. We shouldn't tell her that she ain't got a right to talk or to discuss matters with us. She should be allowed to express her mind, to tell you what's on her mind. She should be allowed to offer advice, and you should listen to it just as you listen to the advice offered to you by a man. Because she has just brain just like yours. Perhaps got as much sense or more than you got. You see? So listen to her. Don't mean that you're not supposed to listen to her. The President of the United States, he listens to people. So just because you're a leader or boss, don't mean, brother, that you ain't supposed to listen to your wife. Listen. But some sisters think you're supposed to listen to them and not speak to them. Now that can't happen. If there's going to be a leader, the man has to listen, but he also has to speak. So you listen and you speak. But respect what the sister's saying. And hear her out. Don't say, oh, I know what you're going to say. I don't care if it sounds like things she's said 1,000,000,000 times. Never tell her you know what she's going to say. This might be just that morning, brother, when she's going to say something different. You might miss it. Yeah. You might miss it, so don't tell her, I know what you're going to say. Listen all the time. Listen make you great. I'm telling you, listening make you great, brother. If I give anything credit for my understanding over all the other senses in my body,
While we're passing the buckets, we want you to, brothers and sisters, please give as liberally as you can. Remember, this is the way that we keep the lights on and the heat on. And it's very expensive these days. But while we are passing the buckets, I'm going to ask Imam Aziz to come forth and introduce. We have several very special guests with us today, and we'd like for you to be able to see them and for them to be able to see us. So if Imam Aziz will come and introduce them, we can do that now. Please take your seats so that when you ask them to stand, we'll be able to see them.
Assalamu alaikum. We'd also like to make an announcement to the treasurers around the country in each mosque. We haven't been getting a report after the fourth Sunday or the third Sunday or whenever we have a broadcast. So would you please make sure that after today's broadcast, call in a report of your attendance to Treasurer Fahim here at Mosque number 2. Also, we want to mention for the mosques that are listening around the country, we have 67 mosques that we haven't received your report for the month of November. Imams and treasurers, please get on the case and see that we get those reports in to the mosque here in Chicago right away. I'd like to introduce some guests that we have with us, and we may have some other guests that your name was not taken at the door, but these are some brothers who are with us. We have, I'm going to read their first name because I don't want to mess up their last names. And the brothers are from, two of the brothers are from Turkey. And I want to mention that the Honorable Wallace D. Muhammad was in Turkey. As a matter of fact, at the invitation of Hassan Çalhanoğlu, who is the ambassador, like the Secretary Kissinger was to the United States for the country of Turkey. and he gave this beautiful rug from the ambassador of Turkey to the Honorable Wallace bin Mohammed. So we have Brother Muzaffar and Brother Jamil, who are from Turkey. Could they please stand? Could you please stand? Brothers are from Turkey. Thank you. Also, we have Brother Muhammad from Tunisia and Brother Ali Muhammad Rushdie from Egypt. Would you please stand? All praise be to Allah. All praise be to Allah. I want to thank our brothers very much for being with us, and our leader is in your part of the world right now, and he's traveling around the world. Actually, he has been to many countries. He told us that he's going to make another trip in the very near future into the heart of Black Africa. But he is in the Muslim world now, visiting Sharjah. He'll be going to Qatar, Kuwait, Mecca, Medina, Riyadh, Jeddah, Cairo, Egypt, and also Tunisia, Libya. So he's traveling in the Muslim world. We have another brother who visits the mosque often, and we want to recognize him for his work and his particular area, and that's the area of American Indians. Brother Ira Saylor, I believe the name. Is he here? Would he please stand? All praise be to Allah. All praise be to Allah. Thank you. He's an American Indian leader on political affairs, and he works in the Chicago area. So we want to thank our guests very much for being out, and we have guests with us. We'd like you to leave your name at the door so that we can introduce you, especially our brothers who come from abroad, around the world, different countries, and they come to see the work of the Honorable Wallace D. Muhammad and the Muslim community here in America. And it's a very beautiful work, and it's a work that inspires our brothers abroad.
Brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum. It's a pleasure for me at this point to present to you one verse of the Holy Quran, chapter 2, Al-Baqarah, in Arabic. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يؤوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم صدق الله العظيم السلام عليكم.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you so much for staying with us tonight. We're going to end on a dua. I have put this video also in the chat, very timely. He was a man beyond his years, still very relevant. Imam Mufti Muhammad Rahimullah Alayh, and potent, as you can see. He gave us, and still continues to his work, strategic ways of building model communities from the inside out. Thank you so much. Let's say a dua, and please listen to it again and share it with family and friends. That's my intentions. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. I mean, thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Enjoy your evening.